No.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Testing.
No.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing.
I said
Testing.
it really loud and quietly. No.
Yeah, we're good.
Testing.
Perfect.
It's delayed a little
Testing.
bit on the screen, so.
Oh.
But yeah, we're good.
Testing.
As long as
testing.
it does its thing.
Testing.
I said
Testing.
it really loud and quietly. No.
Yeah, we're good.
Testing.
Perfect.
It's delayed a little
Testing.
bit on the screen, so.
Oh.
But yeah, we're good.
Testing.
As long as
testing.
it does its thing.
Testing.
I said
Testing.
it really loud and quietly.
Yeah, we're good.
Testing.
Perfect.
Testing.
Oh.
But yeah, we're good.
Testing.
As long as it
testing.
does its thing.
Testing.
I said it
Testing.
really loud.
Yeah, we're good.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
As long as it does its thing.
Testing. Testing.
I've played like 20 plus but she did not. Like 120, I played it on. It's inconsistent. No, I don't think we. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Just kept looking at my shit.
Edward. Who made that? Okay, we're good? Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Do a test of that. Test wireless first and then where'd my speech go? Okay, that's cool.
Testing.
Test.
Hello?
Okay. Delegates, please settle down for us to begin. Good morning. We request that if you're able to, please stand for the land acknowledgement and the national anthem.
At this time, I would like to acknowledge that this school is situated upon traditional territories. The territories include the Wendat, Anishinaabeg Nation, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nations, and the Métis Nation. The treaty that was signed for this particular parcel of land is collectively referred to as the Toronto Purchase and applies to lands east of Browns Line to Woodbine Avenue and north towards Newmarket. I also recognize the enduring presence of all Aboriginal peoples on this land. Please remain standing for the Canadian National Anthem sung by Mira, Seth.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see the rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Mira. Welcome back to the second day of the 39th Annual Martingrove Model United Nations. We'd like to thank everyone for such an inspiring and successful session yesterday. We'd also like to thank members of the MMUN exec team and staffing team, as well as MCI staff, out-of-school staff advisors, as well as, of course, all delegates for the work done yesterday to ensure everything ran smoothly.
Before we begin day 2, we have a few housekeeping notes. For today, lunch will be starting at around 1:15 p.m. and it will run till 2 p.m. Snacks are available at 10:30 a.m. and you need to have your name tags in order to receive your lunch. Those who are running the CCC will proceed to the small caf and you will receive your lunch at around when the food arrives, 12:10. And today we have our guest speaker, Bob Ray, or Robert Ray, joining us virtually at 10 a.m. We have posted link to the form to submit question through our Instagram story and through an email. If you'd like to ask him any question, please make sure you fill in the form before 10 a.m.
We will now begin taking attendance. Please raise your placard when your country name is called, and if you've submitted a roll call, it will be played at that time. Ethan. Testing. Delegates, I ask if you can be seated and please listen respectfully. As mentioned, we will now be taking attendance. When you hear your country's name, please raise your placard. Afghanistan. Thank you. Algeria. Thank you. Armenia. Thank you. Australia. Australia has a roll call to present.
Australia, Australia, our home of wildlife. 24/7, surrounded by lovely killer creatures that could send you back to your mother's womb in a hop of a kangaroo. Splat. Yes, that's the sound of the oopy goodnesses Aussies lay in our bread each morning. Vegemite. Yum. The flavours are melting on my tongue, just like the non-existent snow we've got here. Australia is to heart. Are you ST or LE? You can take me hot to Australia. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Bangladesh. Bangladesh. Belgium. Belgium has a roll call to present.
Ladies and gentlemen, Drew.
Thank you. Brazil. Brazil has a roll call to present.
Oh, y'all thought we were done? Still got smoke, still got fun. Brazil moves, never behind. Y'all stay weak, wasted time. Canada, leaders gone, PM ran, just moved on. Hockey's nice, snow is cool, but Brazil runs, y'all just cool. Italy, food's alright, but it's bland, no real bite. Pizza weak, pasta plain, pineapple, wheels, crying shame. We don't beg, we don't fold. 5-star shining, heart stay bold. Talk your talk, but facts don't lie. Brazil stays up, while the rest just cry. Russia big and proud, but your power's falling down. Putin tough, but we don't flinch. Step to us, you lose an inch. Japan tech so clean, but your people run on no routines. Enemy's cool, but what else though? Y'all just fade while Brazil grows. No more talk, no debate. Brazil wins, y'all too late. 5 stars deep, still on top. Brazil don't stop, y'all just flop. Brazil
proceedings for Day 2 of Model UN. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from the United Kingdom.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open Resolution 001 regarding abortion.
I believe that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? I recognize the delegate from Switzerland. Can I have a speaker against? I recognize the delegate from the Philippines. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker in favor, Switzerland, to please approach the podium.
Yo. Something. Oh, I guess that's on.
Delegates, appreciate it if you please settle down.
Good morning, United Nations. Today, I believe we should start, or Switzerland believes we should start our day off by talking about abortion rights across the world. In the United Nations, we have an entire council dedicated to security. We frequently discuss human rights. Our entire goal is to keep the world safe and to keep us alive. So how can we ignore talking about a direct threat to human life, abortion? Around the world, women's rights are being ignored or are being honored in different ways, and today at the UN we must find a standardized way to negate this threat directly against human life.
Thank you, Switzerland. At this time, I'd like to call upon the speaker against the Philippines to please approach the podium.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Hello, esteemed delegates. Greetings from the delegate of Philippines. Today, the General Assembly thinks that abortion should be the first topic. But the issue is that, well, one, Philippines is one of the biggest advocates for women's rights. We totally understand that. But abortion is not a direct consequence. But you know what is? The conflict that is happening in Israel and Gaza. That is a direct consequence that people are facing now and in their daily lives. The truth is, abortion is important, but it's not as important as the deaths and the millions and the genocide that is happening in our world right now. So the delegate of Philippines asked the General Assembly to not vote to talk about abortion now, but talk about it later, because there is something that needs to be talked about right now, and that is the conflict in Israel and Palestine. Thank you, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Philippines. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution 001 regarding abortion laws and reproductive rights of women. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Thank you. All those against, please raise your placards. Thank you. With the majority in favor, this motion passes. We will now open debate on GA Resolution 001. Can the submitter of the resolution, Switzerland, please approach the podium and read the resolution?
All right, so, and a little bit of a change. Today we're just going to be reading the operative clauses of this resolution. So, starting with 1. Requires member states to prohibit access to abortion bearing exemptions such as sexual assault, a minor carrying the child, concerns regarding the health of the mother, and more. Proposes the establishment of an international fund to support programs that reduce maternity morbidity and mortality. Requires 0.25% of a member state's GDP to be set aside for programs reducing the risk of and need for abortions. These funds would be utilized for the purposes such as, but not limited to, A, provide resources for families expecting children with life-limiting conditions, B, financial support for struggling families, C, funding innovative technologies aimed towards increasing the survival rates of high-risk pregnancies, D, improving access to maternal and prenatal care to increase the rates of safe childbirths, and finally 4, recommending the implementation of national education programs to promote the value of life and alternatives to abortion.
Thank you, Switzerland. At this time, I'd like to remind delegates that the paging system and speakers list are now open. If you have a request or wish to be placed on the speakers list, please send it to the tech desk through the pages. I would now like to call upon the seconder of the resolution, the United States of America, to please approach the podium.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to yap so much. The United States is keenly aware of the importance of abortion laws and reproductive rights of women. Our states with abortion bans or restrictions experience adverse outcomes, including limited maternity care providers, maternity care deserts, higher rates of maternal mortality, and infant death, especially among people of color, elevated death rates for birthing individuals of reproductive age.
If anything has been proven, teen pregnancy is not prevented by abstinence, and abortion is needed as an option for mothers who could not financially support a child. It costs $310,000 to raise a child to 18.
Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. I would now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, Serbia, to please approach the podium.
Okay, I was gonna say you stand. I'll just go like that. Okay. Yeah, just like chill right now. And like, yeah. Okay. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. This resolution imposes an unfair economic burden by requiring nations to allocate 0.25% of their GDP to abortion-related programs, disregarding the pressing healthcare needs of individual nations. Countries should decide how to allocate their resources based on national priorities, not international mandates. This resolution ignores national religious and ethnic values, stripping away cultural autonomy in a matter deeply tied to faith and tradition. Each nation has the right to determine its reproductive laws, yet this resolution seeks to override national rights in favor of one-size-fits-all approach. Additionally, this exemption listed failed to consider real-world consequences. A person could falsely claim sexual assault to access an abortion, potentially leading to false accusations and wrongful arrests, harming innocent individuals. Furthermore, this resolution forces women into a dangerous situation. It paradoxically claims to protect life, but fails to acknowledge that unwanted pregnancies can lead to worse outcomes for both the mother and the child. If a woman is forced to carry a pregnancy that endangers her physical or mental well-being, this is not protection. It is a violation of human rights. Finally, if the UN passes this resolution, what comes next? Where do we draw the line? It sets a dangerous precedent for forcing nations to adopt policies that contradict their legal, ethical, and societal norms. For these reasons, Serbia urges all nations to vote against this resolution in defense of national sovereignty, ethical governance, and the fundamental rights of both women and families. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now be moving on to our speakers list. I would now like to call upon the first speaker on the speakers list. Norway, please approach the podium.
Should I just start? Or are people going to stop talking? People will stop talking. Do you want me to pull up the actual amendment? Sure. It is for abortion rights. Because you want to read directly from clause 2. Should I? I think you should read directly from it if you want to quote it. Yeah. Okay. Where is it? It's here. Oh, clause number 3. Yeah, we're amending clause 3. Yes. Okay, should we just start? Yeah.
Hello, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegate. Hello, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates. The delegation of Norway agrees overall with this resolution. However, we would like to make an amendment to clause number 3, which requires 0.25% of a member state GDP be set aside for programs reducing the risk of and need for abortions. We would like to add, urges a portion of 0.25% of GDP also goes to providing birth control and family developing tools for underdeveloped countries, like birth control pills, IUDs, vaginal rings, and more. This could be a 15 to 20% of the 0.25% of GDP, although we are flexible on this percentage and open to suggestions. Clause number 3 is about reducing the need for abortions, and in order to reduce the need, we need to reduce the amount of people with unwanted pregnancies.
I recognize the delegation of Italy.
Point of information.
Granted.
Just to clarify, by providing birth control, would this also mean making it more accessible, and also would it mean lowering the costs for those in need?
Yes.
I recognize the delegation of Brazil.
Point of information.
Granted.
When Norway asks for 0.25% of GDP, are they asking from every single country? So they're taking money from a developing country and giving it to a developing country? Because that's how your amendment's worded.
No, it would only be developed countries donating a percentage of the 0.25% of GDP to developing countries that do not have as good access to birth control and family developing things.
Supplementary?
Granted.
So when you're talking about 0.25% of GDP for providing birth control to developed countries, you also add up 0.25% for the education. That's 0.5% in total, and 0.5% of a developed country's GDP, which is USA, is around $145 billion. Do you see how big of an investment this is? And you think every single developed country should do this?
Thank you, Delegate of Brazil. We understand that it is a lot of money, but this is a very pressing issue, and it is about a woman's body, and women are 50% of the world, and the world is 8 billion people. So we do want to make sure that every woman in a developed and undeveloped country has access to her own body and can regulate that accordingly. So we do not think it's too much money.
Supplementary?
Denied. Country at the aisle mic, please raise your placard so it's clear to the chair to be recognized. I recognize the delegation from Denmark.
Sorry. In many of these point of information.
Granted.
In many of these countries, it's not simply a matter of access to birth control. It's also the stigma socially from the community that prevents these women, and religiously, due to their religions. How would you plan to address this?
I think ultimately our amendment is making sure that everyone has the choice for access to these birth control things. And it is ultimately the people of the country who can decide whether or not these birth control tools are right for them, but we do think it is extremely important that everywhere, everyone is offered the choice.
Supplementary?
Granted.
But many of these women, point of information? Do I have to say that? Many of these women would not be offered the choice due to the community pressure on them. They may even be punished for using them in some cases. What would you propose be done with that?
Education on the subject is a big part of that. The more education, the more you're educated on the subject, the less stigma there will be.
Supplementary?
Denied. Since we have reached the limit of the points on the floor, we will be now moving into voting procedures for the amendment made by Norway. Norway, could you please indicate if your amendment is friendly or unfriendly?
This is a friendly amendment.
And the submitter of this resolution, Switzerland, please raise your placard if this is a friendly amendment. Where is it? Did they not raise their placard? Seeing this is an unfriendly amendment, we will be now moving into voting procedures. I would like to remind delegate that this is a non-privileged motion, so therefore there are abstentions. All those in favor, please raise your placard. And all those against, please raise your placard. And all those abstaining, please raise your placard. With a minority in favor, this amendment fails. We will be now moving on to our next speaker on the speakers list, Iceland. Please approach the podium. Delegates, please maintain decorum on the floor and listen respectfully to Iceland. Thank you.
Okay. Do you think I can? Okay. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Iceland proposes an amendment to Clause 1 to ensure abortion is legally accessible as a fundamental reproductive right and a part of comprehensive health care. This resolution, as it stands, restricts abortion access to only a few exceptional cases. However, Iceland firmly believes that abortion is not just a last resort. It is a human right. Reproductive health care must prioritize bodily autonomy and gender equality, ensuring that women have the right to make decisions about their own bodies. Additionally, this resolution allows religious influence on abortion laws, but Iceland is a secular nation and believes healthcare should be based on medical science and human rights. Laws should not force individuals to carry pregnancies against their will, especially when it contradicts international commitments to gender equality and public health. Finally, while Iceland supports maternal health care programs, they must exist alongside abortion access, not as a replacement for it. Restricting abortion does not reduce the number of abortions. It only forces people to seek unsafe alternatives, increasing risks to their health and lives. Iceland urges all nations to support this amendment to ensure that abortion remains a legal, accessible, and essential part of reproductive health care worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. Country at the aisle mic, please raise your placard so it's clear to the chair to be recognized. And a note to all delegates, please put your placard in the row of chairs in front of you in order for pages to be able to identify you during the delivery process. I recognize the delegation from South Sudan.
Point of information?
Granted.
South Sudan and many of the other developing countries in this world do not have the funds to provide accessible abortion resources to everyone. What would you say to these countries?
My amendment here, our amendment here, Iceland is saying that we want to ensure that abortion should be legally accessible as a fundamental reproductive right. We're not stating that we want any money necessarily. This amendment is specifically talking about keeping abortion legal.
Point of supplementary?
Granted.
Making something legal requires a lot of resources, and making something legal means everybody should be able to access it. Just making it legal does not just mean that if you make something legal and nobody's able to access it, there's no point in making it legal. So in order for people to access it, they need resources that require money that we do not have. What would you say to that?
What we're saying is that accessibility does not require funds. To make something available is simply just to stop restricting it from occurring. To provide programs, though, on the other hand, is another discussion. What is being stated here is that as a fundamental right and having to do with reproductive rights, it must be made available, which again has nothing to do with funds.
Supplementary?
Denied. I recognize the delegation of Iraq.
Point of information?
Granted.
Can you provide more details on how member states should implement and ensure access to comprehensive healthcare services, including abortion, while respecting individual rights and maintaining high standards of care?
For example, when we're talking about religious beliefs and cultural diversity, Iceland fully respects cultural and religious diversity. However, reproductive health care should be based on medical science and human rights, ensuring that all individuals have the right to make decisions about their own bodies. And our amendment here does not force any country to change its cultural beliefs, but it ensures that people who seek safe abortion services are not denied to access of this health care.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegation of Pakistan.
Point of information.
Granted.
So abortion does not just kill children, but it also affects a mother's mental and psychological mental state. It can cause anxiety, depression, maybe flashbacks of the substance. So what would you say to those dealing with this, and how would you want to provide facilities or such things to better help a mother's mental state?
Thank you. I would say that if someone is looking to get an abortion, Iceland believes that they have a reason to do so, and they believe that they wouldn't be as affected by the effects of getting an abortion. But in terms of mental effects that might occur, Iceland is very open to offering what's the word? Support, yes. So we are very open to creating support systems.
Granted.
So when we're talking about this, making it legal for everybody to have abortion, it includes minors that haven't fully developed their brains, minors that haven't thought this through. So how would you say that this could, you said that some people might have made the decision already, but people's parents could also have made their decisions. Children do not have the brain capacity to fully understand that. So I would want your opinion on that.
This is precisely why we, Iceland, believe in this amendment. As you mentioned, children was listed as one of the exceptions when they are requiring an abortion. And there is a reason for this. And as you stated, the reason is that their brains are not fully developed. So why should a choice that they made or a choice that another person made affect their whole life? This gives them an option to make their own choice, a choice which should be available to them as a fundamental right. And again, responding to your question regarding mental health and the effects of abortion that can be held on a mother or a child, well, we must consider what are the effects if a woman is requiring an abortion but cannot get that abortion. What are the significant and detrimental effects of them requiring a fundamental right which their country cannot provide them? And that is much worse than it being made not available than it being made available.
Seeing that we have reached the limit of points of information on the floor, we will be now moving into voting procedure for the amendment made by Iceland. Iceland, please indicate that if your amendment is a friendly or an unfriendly amendment.
Unfriendly.
Seeing this is an unfriendly amendment, we are now moving into voting procedures. I would like to remind delegate that to please settle down and maintain decorum on the floor, and please listen respectfully to the speaker on the podium and the mic. For all those in favor, please raise your placard. And for all those against, please raise your placard. And for all those abstaining, please raise your placards. With a minority in favor, this amendment fails. I will now be calling up the next speaker on the speakers list, Canada. Please approach the podium.
Hello? Okay. Good morning, delegates. So I'm just going to get straight into it. Abortion is ultimately a morality issue, and this is ultimately based on the definition of life, which is backed usually by religion, and not everyone follows the same religion. It would be a restriction of freedom to impose these religious definitions of life onto everyone. Because they're also faith-backed, who's to say that these enforcement of abortion, even though the clause does say exemptions for like medical exemptions, cases of sexual assault, who's to say that the definition of life won't be pushed past these cases? For example, in the US, we've already seen people in Texas, women in Texas, get denied abortion even with the medical exemption because they want to delay it until past the point of, I guess, no return. Banning abortion is also not going to make abortion go away, as Iceland said, the number of unsafe abortion is only going to rise.
Thank you. Countries at the aisle mic, once again, please raise your placard.
Testing. Good morning, esteemed delegates and staff advisors. It is with immense honor and the deepest gratitude that I get to welcome His Excellency, the Honorable Bob Rae, King's Privy Council for Canada, Order of Canada, Order of Ontario, King's Council, Ambassador Council, the ECOSOC, at the UN for 2024-25. Ambassador Rae's career is nothing short of remarkable. He has led at the highest levels of government, served as the Premier of Ontario, shaped Canada's international policies, and now represents our world, our nation on the world's most important diplomatic stage, the United Nations. Ambassador Rae has also served as Canada's Special Envoy to Myanmar and later Canada's Special Envoy on humanitarian and refugee issues, and has also been elected to the federal and provincial parliaments 11 times. As Canada's voice at the UN, he is at the forefront of global discussions on peace, human rights, and international cooperations, issues that lie at the very heart of what we strive to understand at Model United Nations. The fact that someone of his stature, who negotiates with world leaders and addresses some of the most pressing challenges of our time, has taken the time to speak with us a group of aspiring young diplomats is both humbling and inspiring. We are profoundly grateful for this opportunity and extremely eager to learn from his vast experience in public service and international diplomacy. Please join me in extending a very, very warm welcome to Ambassador Bob Rae.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm very, very glad to be here with you and to have a chance to share some thoughts and also to hear from you. As you can tell from my voice, I'm wrestling a little bit with a cold, so I'm hoping that I don't suddenly start coughing in your faces. But on the other hand, you're protected by several hundred miles between us, so I think you'll be okay. But I'm very, really very glad to be with you. I had my first experience at an SUN, a Students United Nations, when I was 14. So by my count, that is 62 years ago. So that's a long time, and that experience had a real lasting impact on me for all of high school, and then after that, it had a major impact on my sense of the world and the issues that were important at that time. That was the time of the war in Vietnam, and all of the challenges that gave rise to. And in many ways, we're in a time that is even more difficult and dangerous when it comes to dealing with conflict and with violence. So really, I really want to talk to you about something we call at the UN, we call the nexus. What is the nexus? The nexus is the linkage and the relationship between peace and conflict, human development, and human rights. And it's a phrase we often use. It's a sort of shorthand phrase at the UN that we use to say, look, everything is linked up. It's not about peace and development, peace and security being separate from development. Or from human rights. It's about understanding that these things are all linked up. And the place where they're linked up, of course, is in the founding document of the UN, which is the Charter of the United Nations. And the Charter really followed on from the document that was signed initially by President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill in 1941, which is called the Atlantic Charter. And the Atlantic Charter was a way of saying, look, we're in the middle of a great struggle in the Second World War. Although the Americans have not formally entered the war, they, in effect, by signing the charter, they issued a call for the nations of the world to come together and learn from the conflict that was ongoing and to try to substitute for that conflict something better. And that's really been the dream of the UN. The dream of the UN was, we need to find a way to prevent wars. We need to find a way to prevent conflict. We need to find a way to advance human rights and social equality. And we need to find a way to encourage economic and social development. And we need to do all those things together. And I think to that nexus now we would have to add, we need to find a world where we stop polluting ourselves to death and where we understand the consequences of not taking environmental issues seriously. And that, I think, is something that we've become more aware of in the last several years, but it's extremely important. And it all comes together in this importance of doing things in a more holistic and comprehensive way. Now, the commitments that we made in 1945 at the UN as a country, those commitments were our what I would call our foundational multilateral principles. In other words, the core values and the core interests that we express in becoming part of a global order that would put at its front the need to deal with conflict issues and the need to deal with violence in the world, and would also deal with the other issues that I've mentioned. And we talk about the importance of multilateralism, but for Canada, I think it's important to understand that our commitment to multilateralism is one that really flows from our sense of self-interest as well as from our values. Because as a trading nation, more than half our GDP comes from trade, just for an example. As a country that geographically covers so much of the world, the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Arctic, the makeup of our country, the diversity, which was still a factor in 1945, but is even now a greater factor in our lives. Incredible diversity of the Canadian population, which is reflected in the room you're in, and the room that I'm in at the United Nations as well, in the General Assembly. So that has been a very significant part of our identity and our interest as a country. And I think the challenge that we're facing right now to bring this situation into the present is that the multilateral order, the sense that there are rules that will be enforced, that will be accepted, that will be understood, is not generally being followed at the moment. And there are many countries, great powers, sometimes not even great powers, small powers that think they can get away with it, saying, well, that's okay, that's in writing, that's the UN, but the fact is we have our own interests and we're going to go to war for this little part of what we want. In the case of Russia, they took Crimea, and then they decided to invade eastern Ukraine, and they say, and we think we can get away with it. The president of the United States is now talking about Canada becoming the 51st state. He's talking about taking over Greenland. He's talking about taking over Panama. He's talking about taking over Gaza. Doesn't seem to have many limits to it. But the concept, I think, for him of international law is something that he doesn't accept. And he said yesterday, you may have heard him say that basically the law is what I say it is. If I say something's legal, it's legal, and nobody can challenge that. Well, American people will have to deal with that problem because it's actually not true. The Supreme Court has the last word on what the law is, and he should understand that. But that's critical question that we have to ask ourselves. So we're now operating in a very dangerous and difficult world. We're operating in a world where the principles that we fought for in the Second World War and the principles that we have tried to put in place globally. So we have hundreds of treaties that we've signed on trade, on what's going on in outer space, on genocide, on violence against kids, and violence against women, gender equality. All of the treaties and agreements and covenants that we've signed are all an expression of our sense that in order to advance human rights, we have to advance them everywhere. In order to advance peace and security, we have to have the instruments and the effective ability to do that. And in order to deal with development, we have to understand that it's in our interests to advance the development, not only of ourselves, but of the whole globe, of all the world, so that the world can become more equal and more prosperous, and that the prosperity is not limited to one part of the world and it's more widely shared. Some people might say, well, those are all very fine ideals, but they don't really chalk up against power politics, and power is what it's all about. And I respectfully disagree with that, because I actually think that in advancing human society, we really have to come to terms with the need to make sure that power follows rules. And that in your own setting, let's say, if the person who had a gun and had an ability to control whatever happened in the room said, it's all about me and it's all about power, you would say, well, no, we have to create a world where that doesn't happen, and where we're able to stop you from doing that, and from where we're able to enforce the law and enforce the fact that power has to submit itself to a higher authority. And this concept that we have, that the rule of law applies to everyone, and that no one is exceptional, and that no one is different than that, and that there is no place you can go where the law doesn't apply. And no matter how high and mighty you are, the law is there to cover you and for you to be responsible to that law. That's a fundamental principle for us. It's a fundamental principle for us for two reasons. One is because we really believe in it. It's a core value of our society. But the second is because it's in our interest to do that, because we're not a country that can simply impose its power. But this is the nature of the conflict we're in at the moment. And I think it's a tension that has always been there. It's not new. It's not unique to the UN today. It's a problem that follows us down the road, and it's going to be there for a very long time. I want to turn my attention now to a couple of other elements around development and around human rights. On development, there really is an effort globally now, and I see this because this year I'm president of the Economic and Social Council, and there really is an effort underway to try to ensure that all countries have access to development, that all countries have access to prosperity, and they have a chance of doing better for themselves. I mean, if you look at a map of the globe, you can see relative prosperity in the Americas, except for a few countries like Haiti, where conditions are really terrible. But in Europe, similarly, in Asia, there's a great deal of mixed prosperity. Some are doing very well, but there's still hundreds of millions of people who are living in deep poverty. And in Africa, we see a fascinating evolution of that continent happening really, really quickly, where the economy is literally transforming itself as we speak. But some countries are still falling behind. Some countries still have large debts, large deficits. They find it hard to get out of it. We still have too much infant mortality. We still have conditions which affect the social well-being of people. And we still have a lot of kids who are out of school. So in Africa, for example, only about 30% of the people have access to the internet. That's not to say nothing of artificial intelligence, just to the internet. So 70% of the people don't have access to the internet. So think about that for a moment. Think about what the internet has meant to you as giving you access to the wider world and giving you access to being able to grow and to learn, as well as play video games till you're going crazy. But the point is this, is that we can't get away from the importance of this technology any more than we would say, well, we don't care whether you have access to books or not, or we don't care whether you have access to any other kinds of learning. So this is really where the rubber hits the road on the economic side. And we are working now again on, the UN does this all the time. We're having another conference, another attempt to move forward on financing for development, making sure there is financing there that will provide for the development needs of the wider world. And again, this benefits Canada. We're a trading nation, as I said. So we're a country that would like to trade with Africa. We're a country that would like to trade with many countries that right now don't have big markets because they're poor. And so it takes a bit of prosperity for markets to develop and for there to be an opportunity to trade and to move forward. And the last thing I want to talk to you about is human rights, because there's been an interesting, challenging debate in the UN about human rights that I think needs to be understood by all of us. Back in the late 1940s, the UN passed the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which is a pretty powerful document. It talks about social and economic rights, talks about poverty, but it also talks about rights to free speech, right to association, right to equality. And as in Canada, as time has gone on, we've extended our sense of rights to include sexual equality, to include recognition of sexual diversity, to include the importance of appreciating all of the aspects of identity that need to be protected in law, because all of us have a right to dignity. All of us have a right to be treated with respect by our colleagues and by our fellow citizens. But also we believe that that's part of what it means to be free, is to have that access to human rights. And there's a big debate going on now at the UN, which is not a new one, but it's become very, very pointed. And now with the election of President Trump, it'll become even more difficult and challenging, because when the Democrats have been in office, more or less, we've had the strong support of the United States on issues like gender equality, like sexual rights and reproductive rights, which are pretty fundamental to our sense of what needs to happen in life and in society. And we have a lot of countries now, again, in Asia and Africa, the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans now, who are coming together to say, well, you know what, go easy on all that. Go easy on the equality issues. Go easy on the gender issues, because each country will find its own way, and we don't need you to interfere with us. And the important thing about this debate is it's really about, well, what is a human right? Does it go beyond what a nation state defines it as? Are the nation states still in charge of everything? Or is it better that the rights pertain to people and not pertain to states? And Canada, so far, has taken the position that rights pertain to people, and that rights protect people, and they even protect people from the state when the state misbehaves. And that's the kind of approach that we think is important. So I hope I give you a sense that in each of these three big areas that we're talking about, power politics and peace and conflict, dealing with economic development, and looking at the human rights situation, as well as climate change, which I'll come to at the end, we're in a moment of conflict. We're in a moment of challenging changes in government's positions and the need for Canada to continue to work on these issues as we go forward in a productive and sensible way. But I think the main argument against those people who say the nation state is everything and it all comes down to the nation state and nothing else matters, is that many of the issues that we're talking about at the UN go way beyond the nation state. So whether it's the impact of artificial intelligence, which is a whole universe that we're entering into, I think artificial intelligence is going to be even more revolutionary than the invention of the printing press. I think it takes us into a new realm, some of it challenging, but a lot of it very potential, very positive. But it poses an enormous challenge for all the countries of the world, not just Americans or Canadians. The second is climate change, which is not restricted to one country. And if one country reduces its emissions dramatically, that won't necessarily have an impact on climate change unless everyone agrees to it. So we need treaties and we need agreements that go beyond the borders and boundaries of one country or another. And so that, I think, is a critical point for us to remember, that there is no local solution to climate change. There's no one national solution to climate change. It requires international action. And that's why there is, I think, a widespread feeling at the UN that I certainly share, that global problems require global solutions, and that where we can see there are problems that are not just local, they're global, then we need to find global solutions. And that's why we need the United Nations. Finally, people sometimes say, well, the United Nations isn't working, and so we should just give it up and forget about it. And I really take issue with that. I think it's a very short-sighted view and a very narrow view. And I'm convinced that if we didn't have a United Nations today, we'd have to invent it for the future. And I think that's something we need to think about, that as imperfect as it is, and as much as it needs constant improvement, the fact remains that the United Nations has been, and still is, I think, the best expression of hope and the best expression of looking towards the future with a sense of what it is that we owe each other and what it is we have to create together of any institution that exists in the world today. So I think that's really the challenge facing the UN, is to how to bridge the gap between that hope and that aspiration and what we're actually able to achieve. And I think that's a constant challenge that we face, but it's one worth having and worth making. And it will face all of you for all your futures. The challenges that we face here and the way in which we go about dealing with them is very much what your future is going to be about. It isn't just going to be about the city council meeting or the provincial meeting or the federal meeting. It's going to be about what are we doing globally to deal with these issues, because they are global and they need global attention. So thanks very much, you guys. Nice to be with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I think you might have some questions for me, so I'm glad to try to answer them. Thanks for letting me join you.
Thank you so much again for joining us today, Ambassador Ray. We really appreciate your valuable insights and thoughts. I now have a few questions prepared by our General Assembly. So the first question that we have is, given your diverse experience, including as Canada's ambassador to the United Nations, what is one key lesson you've learned about international diplomacy that young leaders should keep in mind?
Well, there's really a couple, I guess. I mean, the first one is listening. I think that there's an enormous tendency to think that, diplomacy is about telling other people what we think. And that's really a very small part of it. The biggest part of it is listening. And with listening comes learning. I don't just mean like, okay, listening. No. I mean, deep listening, really trying to figure out where is the other person coming from? What is it they're really saying? What is their real objective, what they're doing? And I think that listening is really, really important. The second, I guess, I would say is persistence. I think one of the things that I've learned in my life, because as you know, I've been in and out of politics. I've succeeded and not succeeded. I've had successes, and yes, I've had failures. But the key thing to life is to keep going, is to be persistent and not to lose the self-confidence that you need to say, this is a temporary setback, let's move on, let's try to figure out how to do better. But I would say those are two things that as I get older and older, I feel are increasingly important.
Oh, thank you. Our next question is, how can countries best wield the power of the United Nations, considering its relatively non-binding nature?
Well, I think that really captures the problem. It was the great French philosopher Pascal, who lived many hundreds of years ago, said something in his book called Pensées, his thoughts. And he often spoke in aphorisms. He told stories. He tried to put things in sort of very, very succinct ways. It's a very interesting exercise to read Pascal's Pensées, because it's a very interesting book. But just I'll get to the point. What he said was, justice without power is impotent. But power without justice is tyranny. And he said that 400 years ago, and it's still true. If we don't have the means of enforcement, we're weak. But if you think you can exercise power without the law and without justice on your side, you're just talking about tyranny. And tyranny, I hope we would agree, is not a good idea, not the kind of place we want to live in. So I think that, I think the challenge of the UN is it doesn't have the power that it needs to do the job it needs to be done. For example, just to give you one practical example, the Paris Treaty, the COPS Treaty on climate change is not enforceable. So we all agree to emissions, we all set standards and say we're going to get there. But if we don't get there, nothing happens. And that's not good. And I think the key issue for the next generation will be, how do we make international agreements more enforceable? How do we give the UN and other authorities the ability to enforce the rules that we've all agreed to? And that, I think, is one of the definitions of an effective rule of law. If you didn't have an enforcement of traffic laws, people would be getting killed left and right. I think we all understand that. So that's why we need enforcement. And justice without enforcement is powerless.
Thank you. Our next question is, how can students like us get involved in domestic and local political affairs?
Well, the answer to that is very easily, just do it. I mean, if we're coming up to an election, I think both federally and provincially, pick a team, get involved, knock on doors, talk to people, become active in a riding association, become active in issues that matter to you. Join an NGO, go online, figure out what you're really interested in. What is your passion? I can't tell you what your passion should be. You have to find that for yourself. But I do think that there's lots of avenues for involvement and for engagement. So I would really encourage you to do that. And don't hold back. Don't wait for too long. You should start getting into the idea of doing it now.
Thank you. Our next question is, what measures do you take to ensure that you are representing the values of Canadians on the world stage? Through your extensive experience, how have you found a balance between valuing Canadian interests and promoting international development?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things. One is, I work for the government of Canada and I am their employee. So I can't just go roaming around saying whatever I want. Although sometimes I come pretty close to that. When I get too close to it, I usually get a call from Ottawa saying you've gone far enough. That's true. I mean, it really happens. But I do have to listen to the government, and I also have to tell the government what I'm hearing from civil society, what I'm hearing from other people, and I have to tell the government what I'm hearing from other countries. And I always try to be true to my own values, but all diplomats are working for governments, and we need to understand these are the directions that we take, and these are the parameters, if you like, the framework within which I have to work all the time. But I guess I'm somewhat heartened by the fact that fundamentally Canada's interest and the interest of international development are totally linked up. They're totally joined up. It doesn't help Canada to be living in a world where there is deep poverty and huge amounts of conflict. It doesn't help us. It doesn't help us become more successful or more prosperous. We're much better off when other people are better off. And that, I think, is an important lesson for everybody.
Thank you. Our next question is, what industries do you see growing in the future in both Canada and the world, and why?
Well, we're always going to need food. That's the first thing. So people often don't understand food is an incredibly important industry in Canada, and particularly in Ontario. The food industry is an enormous generator of jobs and prosperity for our province and for our country. And I think we'll always be a big food producer. So I would see that as one that's going to be critically important. And I also think going forward that tech and digital and artificial intelligence will increasingly be important. How much jobs and work it generates, I think, is a debate that's going on now, because sometimes they take jobs away. That really matter. And I guess for me, the most important public policy will always be education, because it's in learning that we become more resilient. It's in learning that we become more flexible, and it's in learning that we become, frankly, better off. The evidence for that is overwhelming. So I've always put education at the very front of what we need to do as a province, as a country, and I think that will continue to be a very important industry, if you like. The learning part of our lives will always be important. And I like, what I like about life right now is that I'm still learning. I'm learning lots of stuff, and it's fascinating.
Thank you. And our final question is, if you could change one aspect of the United Nations, what would you change?
Well, there's two. One is there's too much empty talk. So I would limit the amount of time we give to that. We give a lot of time to empty talk, which is not great. And the second one is this issue that I've been talking about, and that's the issue of enforcement. I think the big weakness of the UN is it can't enforce what member states want to have happen. And we still leave too much power to the big powers, the permanent 5 members of the Security Council. And we don't give the UN itself enough power to actually get things done, which I think is a frustration. I think the trust in life comes from knowing that the people you deal with and the institutions you've created are actually able to do what it is you want them to do. And the UN's central weakness, and it's part of the design of the UN, it's part of how it was created in 1945. The central weakness is the lack of an ability to actually enforce what should be done and what needs to be done.
General Assembly. Thank you.
Oh shit. Testing? Oh, okay. Delegates, please be seated. At this time, I'd like to call upon the next speaker on the speakers list, Iran, to come present their amendment. Delegates, please find your seats promptly so that we can proceed with the amendment. Should I tell them to maintain decorum? Delegates, please maintain decorum on the floor.
You guys don't have it.
No, we don't have the bulb one.
Oh yeah, I like that. Okay.
It's not on?
Can you turn the mic on?
Ethan, can you turn the mic on?
Yeah.
Testing? Yeah.
I just won't call them. Sorry, Rababb.
Please.
Tell them to quiet down. Because Grace isn't calling. Tell them to quiet down.
Yeah. Just don't call them a second. Tell them to quiet down and you can say you're on.
Delegates, please quiet down. Iran.
In the name of God, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, abortion is not just a medical issue. It is a moral, ethical, and culture issue. Iran firmly believes that life is a sacred, and abortion should not be promoted as a common solution to unplanned pregnancies. Encouraging abortion devalues the importance of life and can have lasting physical and psychological consequences for women. Instead of normalizing abortion, we should focus on solutions that support both mother and child, such as better access to parental care, financial assistance for struggling families, and stronger social support systems. Furthermore, laws on abortion should remain a national decision, respecting the religious and cultural values of each country. No nation should be forced to adopt policies that go against its principle. Iran urges all EU to prioritize life-affirming policies and respect the sovereignty of nations in shaping their own laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. I recognize the delegate from Finland.
Point of information.
Granted.
In your amendment, you mentioned that abortions may cause physical and psychological harm to a woman. But what about a woman who's not mentally prepared or psychologically stable, gives birth, and she cannot care for her child and give it the proper care it needs mentally for it to grow up healthily? What are you going to do then?
Whilst our amendment does mention that, it also has specified unwanted pregnancies. Furthermore, based on the laws that our country has adopted, should a woman want a pregnancy, they can refer to a medical doctor, and the doctor would then refer them to a person of religious value, an ayatollah, who can then decide that based on Sharia law, which our country follows, if this is allowed.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Greece.
Point of information.
Granted.
So my question is, what alternative support systems can be implemented to assist women facing unintended pregnancies, thereby reducing the perceived need for abortion?
By unwanted pregnancies, I suppose you're mostly referring to cases of sexual assault. Our legal and judicial systems should operate that in such way that should a woman report these cases, they will be tested, and if it is confirmed that it was a case of sexual assault, the necessary actions will be taken both against the person in question for the assault and will help the woman with the path to whether she chooses to terminate the pregnancy, which in a case of assault is actually allowed in the Islamic Republic, or if she wants to keep the baby.
Supplement entry.
Granted.
What are the necessary actions which you stated?
Necessary actions to terminate an unwanted pregnancy? Well, as I stated, we would help terminate a pregnancy if obviously the child would have issues, if it's whether it's wanted or unwanted. For unwanted pregnancies, sexual assaults is fathered into that. However, in the Islamic Republic of Iran, we follow the higher truth, the words of our supreme leader, and whose words come from the word of Allah. And in Allah's words, abortion is prohibited. Life is sacred, and we respect every life, born or still in a mother's womb. The Islamic Republic of Iran stands firmly against the resolution, and we do not support the termination of unwanted pregnancies if it is only a way of people murdering a child and getting out of a mistake they made. However, we do offer support for parents. We have a support plan giving families a specific monthly allowance/income. And should families have 3 or more children, they will be given land as a compensation for growing children.
We respectfully ask the delegation of Iran to conclude their remarks. I recognize the delegate from Turkey.
Point of information.
Sorry, 1 second. At this time, I want to remind the delegates to please maintain decorum on the floor. It's Turkey.
Point of information.
Granted.
You mentioned a financial support plan. How will you manage the finances for such a support plan? And also, isn't it counterintuitive for the nation of Iran to make an amendment that only serves Iran's personal belief?
Delegate, the plan, the support plan that I've mentioned has been in effect in our country since Ahmadinejad took office, which was over a decade ago, well over a decade ago. And this doesn't necessarily only benefit our own values and beliefs. This is an amendment we've made based on our laws following Sharia law, which would be in favor of Islam and countries who follow Islamic rules in their laws.
Okay,
Wasn't Turkey getting attacked as well? Oh, no, you're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as we've reached the limit on points of information, we will now proceed into voting procedures for this amendment. Will the submitter of the amendment, Iran, please indicate whether it is friendly or non-friendly?
This is an unfriendly amendment to the resolution.
Seeing as this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now move into voting procedures. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. Will all those in favor please raise their placards? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. All those abstaining? Thank you. Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this amendment fails. I'd now like to call upon the next speaker on the speakers list, Sweden.
Due to previous voting circumstances, Sweden would like to now add a clause. The clause states that we would like to emphasize member states to allow access to abortion before 18 weeks into the pregnancy, with exceptions after said timeframe, such as sexual assault, a minor carrying the child, concerns about regarding the health of the mother, and more. The choice of abortion is essential to the fundamental human rights our societies revolve around, as well as the overall public health of a country. Currently, women in need of an abortion are only granted this under certain circumstances of their pregnancy. Sweden firmly believes that abortion should be available to all women before they reach 18 weeks into their pregnancy, unless one of the originally stated exceptions apply. 18 weeks was chosen in Sweden as it gives women sufficient time to decide whether they want to seek an abortion before the fetus becomes medically viable at 22 weeks. At its core, this amendment underscores the principle to access to safe and legal abortion is an essential component to reproductive rights. Sweden firmly asserts that a woman's autonomy over her own body is not only a matter of personal freedom, but a critical element to gender equality and public health. As such, it is imperative that states take the necessary steps to guarantee that all women, regardless of circumstance, have access to abortion until 18 weeks of conception without unnecessary obstacles or stigmatization. Allowing abortions as a form of termination of an existing pregnancy before 18 weeks allows the freedom for any woman who does not have the means to have a child, such as in troubling socioeconomic situations, to receive proper treatment. The proposed amendment further acknowledges each situation is distinct, and the provision of exceptions is crucial in safeguarding the well-being of all women, particularly in cases involving minors or where the health of the mother is at risk. In regards to the World Health Organization's list of human rights, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, freedoms include one's right to control one's body and health. The right to abortion is rudimentary in ensuring the health of a woman in all of our member states. The delegation of Sweden strongly urges fellow representatives to support this amendment, ensuring that the resolution remains effective, balanced, and considerate of all member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we proceed into points, I would like to tell all delegates that we will no longer be accepting supplementaries in order to aid with the pace of the debate.
That's good, that's good.
I would also like to remind all delegates to please maintain decorum on the floor. I recognize the delegate of Brazil.
Yeah, help me out.
Point of information.
Granted.
Why does the Council of Sweden put such a specific deadline on when a baby should be aborted? Because a fetus in biological term is considered alive at the age of 8 weeks, not 18.
The reason we chose 18 weeks is as it allows the mother to have sufficient time to understand whether they wish to abort the baby or not, as the fetus becomes medically viable after 22 weeks. So allowing all women the ability to abort before 18 weeks of the pregnancy allows them this choice.
Another reason we chose 18 weeks is because I think the two clashing sides here in this debate is that we want to preserve life, but we also want to give women a choice. And so 18 weeks gives women the sufficient time to decide whether or not they want their pregnancy or not.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Denmark.
Point of information.
Granted.
Considering that the vast majority of pregnancies occur before 18 weeks of pregnancy, with less than 3% occurring after 20 weeks of pregnancy, what do you think the point is in implementing a time limit like this, considering the number of abortions that happen after this point are so infinitesimally small?
As per the United Nations Human Rights Declaration, pregnancies usually take an entire 9 months, and this 18-week period takes about 5 months, which allows the baby is not fully developed at this point, and it is also not considered a viable life as per this declaration. So we decided on 18 weeks as this allows for the mother to make a reasonable choice about the life of their baby.
Thank you.
I would also like to add, we currently have this system in place in Sweden, and it is working as only 1% of pregnancies are ended after 18 weeks. So this system is currently working for us in Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates, please remain quiet on the floor in order to stay respectful of all those who are speaking. Thank you. I recognize the delegate from Hungary.
Question? Okay. Hi, a quick question.
Can the delegate please request a point?
Oh, point of information?
Granted.
Okay. So a quick question. Many nations have different legal, religious, and cultural perspectives on abortion. Shouldn't each country decide its own regulations rather than enforcing a universal timeline? How does this amendment respect national sovereignty if it mandates a specific legal framework, 18 weeks, as you say, for all member states?
We believe as a delegation that women's rights are a fundamental human right, which means that a woman's body and their autonomy is their own choice, which means they should have the right to decide whether they wish to have an abortion until 18 weeks into their pregnancy, as it allows them that choice, which is, again, a fundamental human right as per the United Nations Human Rights Declaration.
I would also like to add that we recognize that many countries here would like to preserve life, but with this resolution, we are preserving the life of women as well, as their lives will be greatly affected by their pregnancies that they do not want.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as we've reached the limit on points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures for this amendment. I would like to remind delegates that this is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. Will all those in favor please raise their placards? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. All those abstaining? Thank you. Seeing as this amendment has a majority in favor, it passes. I recognize the delegate from Canada.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to move on to voting on the entire resolution after the United Kingdom's amendment.
Denied. We're going to vote now.
We're going to vote now.
Yeah. We will now be moving into voting procedures for JA Resolution 001. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. Pages, please return to the pit, and security bar the doors. Can I wait for the pages to sit? All those in favor of GA Resolution 001? All those against? All those abstaining? Thank you. Seeing as there is a tie, we will call a revote. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this motion clearly fails.
How many more speakers do we have left? We're in a new resolution. New resolution? I just don't know who to pick. Oh, no. Was this the thing we're using to? Or... Oh, no, this is what we're using to. I thought that was... And we need the Chromebook so I can log in. Oh, no, we don't need to do that. I didn't see her. India. Okay, call China first, and then we'll start. They have a personal privilege. Do it. Sure. I recognize the delegates of China.
Point of personal privilege?
Do you feel misquoted, insulted, or misconstrued?
Yes.
Would you care to elaborate?
I would like to address an egregious and racist message sent by the United Kingdom via the paging system. Before break yesterday, we received a message that states, and I quote, "Watch your backs. I'm not taking no slander from ping pong playing, math loving MFs." Not only is this statement extremely racist, but we take it as a personal attack on our government. China has a long history of effectively and effortlessly dealing with people who oppose our government. Rest assured that the United Kingdom will be dealt with, whether it's by the United Nations here, right now, or if the Chinese glorious country will have to take matters into
I
our
asked
own...
the delegate to please maintain decorum on the floor. United Kingdom, would you like to apologize?
Yes, I would like to apologize. The message was sent by a Chinese member of our delegation, and therefore we refuse to ascertain that the delegation as a whole holds any racist views towards the Chinese government. We hope to hold diplomatic and amiable relations and hope that you can look past this humorous and satirical attempt at a joke. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. China, we hope you can look past this transgression.
I'm sure our supreme leader will be very pleased to read what's on this page.
Security! Thank you. India. Oh, wait, no. India. I recognize the delegate of India.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open resolution 006.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Delegates, please maintain decorum on the floor. Please be quiet so we can move on to voting procedures. Can I have a speaker for? Can I have a speaker in favor? France. Can I have a speaker against? Iran. I would now like to call up the speaker in favor, France, to come up to the podium. I would like to remind delegates to once again please maintain decorum on the floor. Yeah. Can I just have another one? I'll just take this one. We should have two no balls. Oh no, you do have. I do? I do. Once again, I would like to remind delegates to please remain decorum on the floor.
Excusez-moi, Chair. We would like to request before we proceed a point of personal privilege.
Do you feel misquoted, insulted, or misconstrued?
Extremely so.
Would you care to elaborate?
Since the beginning of the conference yesterday, we have been repeatedly attacked and harassed by the security team at this conference. They have accused us that our cultural artifact, this baguette, is a weapon, and they have insulted our accents and methods of speaking, which is again a culture from our country, and we request that they leave us be and allow us to conduct our proceedings peacefully.
Security, would you like to apologize? You have 10 seconds to make your point. 10.
Friends, we deeply apologize for any issues or misconceptions towards you. We deeply respect your culture, and I speak on behalf of the whole security team that we apologize for any inconvenience we caused you today. Could you accept an apology from us?
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Alors, now we shall proceed with our speech in favor of opening resolution 006, overconsumption. Alors, this issue of overconsumption is one that affects the entire world, whether it is the countries who are consuming the products that they do not need, or the countries that must deal with the consequences of this, whether it is overproduction or pollution. This affects every single nation here today. And we, the country of France, have made great steps in decreasing our consumption, including encouraging citizens to reduce, reuse, and recycle, and promoting sustainability, which we believe all member states of the United Nations should also be improving. Alors, we encourage everybody to open discussion on this resolution in order to brighten all the minds of all the countries here today and make progress on this global issue. Merci.
Thank you, France. We will now call up the speaker against Iran. Iraq. Not Iran. Sorry. Slip on the. Yeah, no.
There we go. Because I realized after I said Iran that Iraq hasn't spoken yet, and they just got.
I would like to remind delegates to please maintain decorum on the floor so we can pay respect to the people speaking. Thank you.
What do I say? Do I start? Okay. Hello, esteemed delegates. I believe that overconsumption is a great topic. I don't think that Iraq believes that overconsumption is a great topic, but I feel as though the death penalty is a more severe and interesting argument to debate over. I feel as though that the death penalty is something that talks a lot about human rights, and I feel as though we should talk about it because, you never want to murder innocent people, because what if someone is wrongly accused and the death penalty is the first thing that the country wants to do? Go ahead. Continue.
First off, Iraq would like to say that they do not completely want to abolish the death penalty, but we'd like to change some things to it. Firstly, human rights. It upholds the fundamental right to life. It is a core principle of human rights. The death penalty is seen as a violation of this basic right.
Thank you, Iraq. We will now be moving to voting procedures on opening GA Resolution 006. I would like to remind delegates that this is a this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With the minority in favor, this motion clearly fails. Are there any motions on the floor? I'd like to call upon the delegate of South Africa. What?
Point of order.
You said point of personal privilege before?
Point. Is this working? Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open GA002.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker for? I would like to recognize the delegate of Italy. Can I have a speaker against? Philippines. I recognize the delegate of Philippines.
Point of personal privilege.
I'd like to remind delegates to please maintain decorum on the floor.
Point of personal privilege, please.
Granted. Do you feel misquoted?
Actually, I would like to speak on the behalf of the rest of the General Assembly and my delegation too, in regard to United Kingdom and their seating, and how for the last 2 days, or today and yesterday, they've been sitting at the front so they can be closer to the mic and have not been respecting the rules of MMUN, but just grabbing the placards and sitting at the front.
United Kingdom, would you like to apologize?
No, I would not. As a veteran, and I can ascertain that our seating here is organized by alphabetical order. If Singapore has a problem, Philippines has a problem, then they should simply have applied for a country closer to the alphabet in the front.
I would like to remind delegates to once again please maintain decorum. Philippines, we hope you will accept this apology. Can we have the speaker for Italy please approach the podium?
Esteemed delegates, we believe that we should open Resolution GA002 because internet is becoming more widespread and accessible to all. The internet is now having such a huge impact on humanity, and as the United Nations, we should ensure that all people can enjoy this resource in a safe manner, especially the children being exploited and that are high risk of being exposed to harmful content and even grooming on the internet. We believe that the internet safety law is an important resolution that must be discussed if we can continue to have a safe internet platform for all nations.
Thank you, Italy. We will now like to call up the speaker against Philippines to come up to the podium. I once again remind delegates to maintain decorum on the floor to pay respect to the people on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and hello, esteemed delegates. The delegate of Philippines would first like to start by sharing our deep sentiments to the children who now face sexual abuse on the internet, and unfortunately, it's a thing that happens, and it is a very deep topic to talk about. But unfortunately, it is an unfair world. And the delegate of Philippines, along many other countries present today, feels as if the topic about Israel and Palestine should be what should be talked about, as it is in a very urgent matter that not only threatens the sovereignty of the two states, but also threatens the whole entire world and our democracy and the safety of every other world. So delegates, yes, internet safety is important. Yes, overconsumption is important. Yes, the death penalty is important. But what's important is the lives that are at stake in Israel, Palestine, and in the K9 regions. And what's important is that if we don't stop right now and talk about this topic, then it is going to escalate to not only those countries, but the countries around us, leading to world fire. Thank you, and I yield my time to the chair.
We will now open voting procedures for Resolution 002. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With the minority in favor, this motion clearly fails. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate of Lebanon.
Request to open Resolution 003.
Granted. Can I have a speaker in favor? I recognize the delegate of Iran. Can I have a speaker against? I recognize the delegate of Brazil. Can the speaker in favor, Iran, please approach the podium?
In the name of God, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, it is long overdue for us to address this important issue. Fathers, mothers, and children are killed every day in Gaza by the oppressive Israeli regime. It's time we address the unfairness that's happening in the region. It's time we hold Israel and its Western enablers accountable for all the war crimes they've committed, for all the atrocities they've committed in the Gaza Strip. It's time for us to address the American annexationist rhetoric. It's time for us to address the unfairness the children in Gaza are suffering from. Thank you.
I would now like to call up the speaker against Brazil to please come to the podium.
They want to combine, but I don't think they can. That's only councils. They want to? Yeah, like, Parsley wants to combine with Iraq and Jordan. What do you mean? They wanted to do it? So they're all together.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, as the representative of Brazil, I stand before you today to express our strong opposition to this resolution. While we deeply empathize with the immense suffering caused by the ongoing conflict in Gaza and the broader Middle East, we believe that the approach presented in the resolution is not constructive and undermisses the potential for lasting peace. Firstly, Brazil Resolution too powerful, I guess. Firstly, Brazil strongly believes that any resolution must take into account the legitimate security concerns of all parties involved. God. Yeah, I don't know. Too much aura. That's what I'm saying. Check the mic. Hello? Firstly, is it worked? Firstly, Brazil strongly believes that any resolution must take into account the legitimate security concerns of all parties involved, particularly Israel. The resolution in its current form fails to address the full complexity of the situation, focusing primarily on one side of the conflict and neglecting the ongoing threats faced by Israel from Hamas and other militant groups. The call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, while well-intentioned, does not include the necessary measures to ensure that the ceasefire would not be exploited by terrorist organizations to rearm and continue their attacks. Moreover, the resolutions demand for the unconditional withdrawal of Israeli defense forces from the territories such as the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and Lebanon does not take into account the delicate security dynamics in these regions. Brazil believes that a balanced approach is essential, one that respects the sovereignty of all nations involved and ensures that any actions taken do not further the destabilization of the region. Additionally, the call for immediate withdrawal of all Israeli settlers from the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, overlooks the complex reality of these areas and the deep historical, religious, and political ties that both Israelis and Palestinians have to these regions. A unilateral
we ask the
withdrawal
delegates to please conclude their remarks, please.
A unilateral withdrawal without a comprehensive peace agreement would only deepen the division and further complicate the path to a two-state solution. In light of these concerns, Brazil cannot support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. We will now be moving to voting procedures on GA Resolution 003. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With the majority in favor, this motion clearly passes. Can the submitter of the resolution, Turkey, please approach the podium? Can the delegates please maintain decorum on the floor? Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, for our submission, we have four clauses that we'd like to state. So for one, we demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, as well as the unconditional release of all hostages. This goes for both sides. For Clause 2, we call for an immediate withdrawal of the Israeli Defense Forces from the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, Lebanon, and the Syrian Golan Heights. For our third clause, we strongly recommend that all member states support peaceful negotiations for a permanent two-state solution with recognized and clear borders. And for our final clause, we urge the withdrawal of all Israeli settlers from the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. We would now like to remind delegates that the paging system and the speakers list are now open. If you have a request or wish to be placed on the speakers list, please send it to the tech desk via paging system. I would now like to call up the seconder of this resolution, Iran, to come up to the stage.
After the negator team. So this is something, and then there's two big pairs of privileges.
Can the seconder of this resolution, Iran, please approach the podium?
In the name of God, esteemed delegates and distinguished chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran stands before you today, fully seconding this resolution, long overdue in confronting the atrocities committed by the Zionist regime and its Western enablers. The world has watched in horror as Israel, backed by the United States and its allies, has unleashed an unrelenting campaign of brutality against the Palestinian people. The figures speak for themselves. Tens of thousands slaughtered, entire families wiped from existence, and millions displaced, their homes reduced to rubble. This isn't self-defense, delegates. This is genocide. The United States, ever the self-proclaimed champion of human rights, has once again exposed its hypocrisy. It funds, arms, and shields Israel at the United Nations while preaching about democracy and peace. Washington's so-called concern for civilian casualties ring hollow. Where's the European Union, by the way? Silent, complicit, allowing Israel to act with impunity while pretending to be neutral. This resolution rightly demands an immediate ceasefire, something the US and its allies have continuously blocked. It calls for an end to Israel's illegal occupation of territories that it gained access to by brute force, violating international law. It reaffirms the rights of the Palestinian people to live free from fear. But let us be clear, Israel never was and never will respect international law if things continue as such. It never negotiated in good faith. Iran calls on all nations today present in this assembly to stand against this tyranny. The era of unchecked Western imperialism and Zionist aggression must come to an end. So I ask this body, how many more children should be killed before we hold Israel accountable? How many more innocent people must suffer before the West and Israel are held accountable? We urge all of you to support this resolution and take a stand for justice, for human rights, and for innocent Palestinian civilians. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. I would now like to call up the negator of this resolution, Israel, to please come to the podium.
Speaking to the mic. I think I'm not going to speak into the mic. We'd like to start off with a point of personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes.
Would you care to elaborate?
Yes. So yesterday we received a concerning drawing from Turkey. It is a Clash Royale goblin, which is a very concerning stereotype of the Israeli people for money grabbing and stealing individuals. It says, it has the caption, "This you." We feel this is very racist, and we would like to request an apology.
This is not us.
Would you like to apologize?
On behalf of Turkey, I'd like to apologize for the Clash Royale Goblin drawing. All my members are sincerely disappointed. Free Gaza.
Thank you. We hope you accept this apology. We will now be closing the paging system due to too many points of personal privilege. Please remain respectful. Pages, please come back to the pit. Thank you.
Cut. Hold up. There we go. I'd like to start off my speech by highlighting the attacks on October 7th. And I'd like to highlight that we are, as Israel, we are originally the ones under attack. We were attacked first, and it was originally self-defense against the attacks from multiple non-governmental terrorist organizations. And so we come here knowing that we have enemies here. As well, we have many more allies. On the topic of the conflict, we hope to resolve this two-state business and reincorporate our promised territory as Yahweh commands. There will be much potential profit to be made once this is completed in the construction of the Ben Gurion Canal, which will be a profitable alternative to the Suez, which will revolutionize the oil and weapons trade. Billions, likely trillions, stand on the line with a quality of life for many European and African as well as Middle Eastern nations. This is why we believe that that you should vote against this resolution. Good.
Thank you, Israel. Should I call her on? I'll call up Iran, right? The next thing to do this. Right? Okay. I would like to now call up Israel. Oh, okay, UK, to please present their amendment. Okay. Okay.
This is awful. I don't want to do this. Am I good? Delegates of the General Assembly. The United Kingdom delegation believes that Clause 2 of this resolution is absolutely preposterous. It entirely impairs Israel's right and ability to defend itself against awful terrorist attacks at the hands of Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and other Middle Eastern terrorist organizations. While we do understand that there is a pressing humanitarian crisis that must be addressed through UN middle ground, we must also address the fact that there are dangerous actors at play with military operations targeting Israeli civilians and military operations. The United Kingdom aligns with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 497, which proclaims that the unlawful occupation of the Golan Heights and other Israeli occupied territories is not okay and that it is illegal under international law. However, we believe that immediately demilitarizing these zones will lead to further conflict and loss of life. Thank you.
I recognize a delegate from Russia.
Point of information.
Granted.
Does the delegate from the United Kingdom recognize the devastating consequences of the IDF presence in Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza?
Well, for one, we would like to know, we would like to ask back what the relevance of this is to striking the clause, amending this clause to strike it. However, the United Kingdom is definitely in solidarity with the UN in promoting humanitarian aid to civilians, both Israeli and Palestinian, in Gaza. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Granted.
Why does Gaza and the affected regions, if the IDF is so supposedly moral and, controlled, why is humanitarian aid necessary in these regions?
For one, we are not saying that the IDF is a moral force, it is a military force, and the purpose of the IDF presence there is to ensure security of people living in that region. When you have terrorist organizations such as Hamas attacking Israel with the support of other organizations, of course this poses a major security threat. While we do agree that it is unlawful and illegal by international law for Israel to be occupying these territories, it is also very unwise to advise that the IDF entirely evacuate, as this leaves an entire area already rife with conflict, further vulnerable to these attacks.
Supplementary.
Denied. I now recognize the delegate from Ukraine.
Point of information.
Granted.
Okay, thanks. The phrasing of necessity of IDF presence disregards the safety of the citizens of Palestine. There is evidence that the IDF has abused its power to oppress Palestinians, and their presence has caused more harm than good. How would you prevent this abuse of power in the future, assuming that the IDF were to remain in Palestine?
Of course, as a member of the United Nations, we believe that every single military force on this planet should be held accountable to the UN, Declaration for Human Rights. So, of course, if we are seeing that there is abuses of power or negligence happening within the military force, then we would advise Israel to clean this up and make sure that the forces are being disciplined and not perpetrating violence against civilians. At the same time, we believe that it is necessary to acknowledge that the military presence of this force is necessary, as again, we are dealing with terrorist organizations and they must fight against this attack.
Granted.
I understand that the IDF is there to defend Israel. However, it treats terrorist organizations like Hamas and the citizens of Palestine as one and the same. This is shown with the devastation that has occurred on the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Whole areas have been razed to the ground. Families have died in the millions. So I'm asking you specifically, how would you prevent the IDF from doing this, continuing to do so? Because I don't see anything that they're going to do to stop that.
I appreciate the remarks from the delegate of Ukraine. Of course, we here in the United Kingdom are devastated by the loss of human life, property loss, and other devastations happening in Gaza at the moment as a result of the conflict. However, we would like to call back your attention to the initial purpose of this clause in this amendment. So we are simply saying that logistically speaking, from a security perspective, the most wise choice for the UN right now is to strike this clause as it is a security concern. We do acknowledge that there is a humanitarian crisis and that loss of life and abuse of power by the IDF forces is a very pressing issue. However, we believe that that should be a separate issue to be discussed with Israel and that accountability can be met elsewhere, not in this clause. Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Lebanon.
Request for information.
Granted.
How can you be sure that the IDF would not overuse what they're there for? Like, how would you guarantee that they're not going to do more than just defend itself from defend the countries against terrorists? And why is it the IDF that would be the ones defending it? Why not a more neutral country?
As a non-governing body, the United Nations, of course, cannot fully enforce the as a military force, the conflict happening there. However, the presence of peacekeepers, while recommended by some, has not actually proven to be effective in maintaining a ceasefire line. If we look to, for example, peacekeeping missions in Cyprus, those were still areas of conflict, and both sides in conflicts, even with the existence of UN military interference, still sustained heavy casualties and problems. We believe that the main purpose of this amendment is simply to strike a clause that generalizes and is generally unwise to the resolution of this conflict.
Denied. Seeing that the maximum points of order have been reached for this amendment, we will now be moving on to voting procedures. Seeing that this is a motion to strike the clause, this is automatically unfriendly. Therefore, we'll now be moving on to voting procedures. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Okay. So that's seeing that there's a minority in favor, this motion clearly fails. Yeah. I would now like to call up the next speaker on the speakers list, Poland. Total 5. No, it says total. No, but CCC.
Oh, yeah.
Our flags are allowed. Flags aren't allowed, right?
It's okay. It's not offensive.
I don't care. To Munjal. This mic is too sensitive. Did you move them down? I remind the General Assembly to please be respectful of the speakers. Please maintain decorum and please listen to the speakers on the podium. Thank you. Yo.
Our amendment is
Their
not
amendment needs to be on the thing. Just go, just go.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, we would like to make it clear that we see Hamas and the Palestinian people as two separate entities. So we wish to add a clause that demands that Hamas be removed from all forms of government and elections to commence within 2 months in order to represent the Palestinian people. For a bit of background, Hamas took power in 2007 through a military coup. This was illegal and they have been in power ever since. So we do not have a modern, accurate representation of the Palestinian people. And Hamas is a terrorist organization. In their doctrine, it is specifically stated they want to eradicate the world of the Jewish race. This is, quite frankly, morally wrong, and no one should be supporting this. They take hostages and they use human shields. This is clear violation of international laws and many human rights. I can go into the details of October 7th, but I'll spare you the details because they're very gruesome. Okay? Thank you.
Yo, Edwin. Edwin. I recognize a delegate from Syria. Granted.
First of all, we agree that there should be an election, but in the case of an election happening so quickly, while there is destabilization as it has been around for so long, will there be still an IDF presence, or will there be something like a UN peacekeeping presence while there is an election being held?
So at the moment, it's still very rough, but I hope that we can have some sort of peacekeeping presence, whether it's UN, IDF, American, anyone. But what I can say for certain is as long as Hamas is in power, there will be no stability in that region forever.
Point of supplementary? Point of supplementary? Point of supplementary?
Denied. I recognize a delegate from Nepal. Bro, what is this? Granted. Lukas, the mic.
2 months after Hamas is removed,
In your opinion, is that enough time? Because after Hamas is removed, you're only giving the Palestinian people a period of 60 days to organize themselves and form a stable government.
We understand that it's very fast, and we wish we could spend more time. But because of the 18 years of Hamas rule, and we feel that a ceasefire has to be negotiated with the terms with the current Palestinian people, and not the quote-unquote government that has been in power for 18 years. We think that they should have a chance at, even if it's not fully accurate, a more modern representation of themselves.
I recognize the delegate from Russia.
While the Russian delegation does recognize, point of information?
Granted.
While the Russian delegation does recognize that the current Hamas regime in Palestine is, for lack of a better word, an evil regime, how do you propose to forcibly remove a government from power that was democratically elected by the people? And in that case, what if the people of Palestine were against the removal of the Hamas government?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
What you're proposing this amendment is to remove the Hamas government from power in Palestine. But what if the people of Palestine were to resist the removal of Hamas?
Well, simply put, they could re-elect them if they believe that Hamas is representing them proportionately. But in our belief, we don't think that they want to re-elect the people who are using them as human shields.
Supplementary.
Denied. Seeing that the maximum points of order have been reached for this amendment, we will now be moving on to voting procedures. Or no? Will the submitter of this amendment, Poland, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Who's the submitter of the
We believe this is a friendly amendment.
Will the submitter of this resolution, Turkey, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Unfriendly? Okay. Seeing that this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now be moving to voting procedures. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. All those in favor? There's barely anyone. Call it 50. All those against? All those abstaining? Okay, there we go. It fails. Seeing that there's a minority in favor, this motion fails. Is Lebanon now? But then they changed it to Lebanon. I would like to now call up the next speakers on the speakers list, Lebanon. At this time, all delegates writing the CCC, please make your way to the small calf. I repeat, if you are writing the Canadian Computing Contest, right now, please head your way to the small calf. Thank you.
What number of speakers is this?
Third one.
This gives me so much anxiety. Oh my god, can I hear that? Hello? Ooh. Huh? Oh, thanks.
I want to remind the General Assembly to please be silent and please be respectful of the people on the podium. Thank you.
As one of the few countries that still hold their morals, we want peace in the Middle East, and we ask Israel to keep the peace intact in the Middle East. Israel, let me ask you something. You see the deaths of 60,000 civilians, the starvation of 2.2 million people, as you sit there and eat a plate of food while people are starving due to the oppression you cause. And you say this is not an attack on all civilians, but this is an attack on Hamas.
It is not enough for nations to just condemn Israel's actions in the Middle East against Gaza and Lebanon. These nations need to help rebuild the infrastructure that has been destroyed. After these attacks, developed nations cannot leave these nations destroyed. We strongly encourage that developed nations, including Israel, pledge aid and funds for these areas affected. We also recommend that this aid be used to help set up proper elections in Gaza and to weed terrorists out of government. This clause would guarantee that Gaza and Lebanon would not be left in the dark. Once Israel withdraws from our country, we cannot be left with only rebel. As countries with limited economic resources, we need help to rebuild. Please support helping us rebuild.
Moral of the story, y'all, Israel needs to pay for what they did financially. Thank you.
I recognize a delegate from Belgium.
Motion to open resolution GA resolution 007.
We are now debating an amendment right now, so there will not be any points of order to open any resolutions. Thank you. I recognize a delegate from South Africa. Has Pakistan spoken?
Point of personal preference.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
I would like to speak on behalf of all of the General Assembly when addressing the chair for shutting down the paging system. This is an affront to personal freedom of speech.
I would like to remind the General Assembly that it is because of their behavior that the paging system was shut down.
No! This is because of the...
There will not be any cross-debating tolerated at MMUN. Thank you. Okay. I recognize the delegate from Pakistan.
You are asking for the point of information.
Granted.
You are asking for the creation of a fund to help rebuild Gaza Strip and Lebanon. But how are you to carry out this rebuilding if we consider the current condition and current danger that these places are in?
How are we going to do it if the current conditions?
Oh wait, I can answer that.
Yeah, it's after.
What are we going to do because of the current conditions? So basically... Okay, so these rebuilding efforts will be like after.
After Israel leaves Gaza and Lebanon, then these rebuilding efforts can commence. The rebuilding efforts will not be able to commence before then, obviously, if there's still active warfare going on.
Yeah.
Serbia hasn't gone?
Could you clarify? I couldn't quite hear you.
Into the mic? Okay. Say what you said again.
These rebuilding efforts are not for the exact present. The rebuilding efforts would only be able to take place once Israel leaves Gaza and Lebanon, as obviously there cannot be rebuilding being done while there is still active warfare.
Thank you. Thank you.
I recognize a delegate from Serbia. How much is Singapore? Singapore's gotten a bunch, bro.
Point of information, please.
Granted.
I'd like to ask which developed countries will be paying for this, because there are many developed countries that are currently in debt, and we see that maybe Israel should be donating most of this money, and maybe other countries that have helped Israel go against Gaza. This is, for example, Serbia is a developed country, and we're in debt, and we cannot afford something like this.
They were complicit in the genocide. Well, if you are in debt, you would have not provided help to Israel, right? Wait, what was the question?
We obviously do not expect countries in debt to provide lots of support. We're expecting countries, though, that have been helping actively support the current situation, either supporting Israel or already supporting Gaza and Lebanon in the conflict, to donate the money. And as well, we expect that Israel will pay for the damages that they have caused.
So if you're complicit to the destruction of Gaza, you'll also be complicit in help rebuilding Gaza and Lebanon. So fun.
And Ford, like, not
I would like to remind delegates that prioritization is in place, so if you have spoken a bunch, like Brazil, you are less likely to be picked over people who have not spoken. Thank you. I now recognize a delegate from Spain.
Information.
Granted.
Who will these funds be directed to?
These funds will be directed to UN agencies that can help with aiding the building process, as well as other countries' governments who will also be able to help with the building process.
Seeing that the maximum amount of points of order points of information have been reached on this amendment, we will now be moving on to passing the amendment. Will the submitter of this amendment, Lebanon, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
It's a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Friendly.
Okay. Will the submitter of this resolution, Turkey, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Friendly. Seeing that this is a friendly amendment, this automatically passes. I now recognize the next speakers on the speakers list, which is actually an alliance between China, Russia, Turkey, and Iraq. So will one delegate from each delegation please come up to speak on the podium? Huh?
Okay, where is everyone else?
Where is everyone?
Where's everyone else? I got permission from China. I'm part of China.
Yo, Rayan, is it agreed that you're the only one speaking? Is it agreed that you're the only one speaking? Because they were told to get all 4 people from each country.
I don't know. Johnny just appointed me as China, so.
Are you not in an alliance?
Are you not in an alliance?
I'm a director of debate.
Oh, wait.
I've been put into. I'm China now. We'll figure it out.
All right, sure. Just go for it. Just go for it.
Oh well.
That's okay.
Why did they do this whole thing?
I think because they're CCC. I think.
Oh.
Okay, so are we doing
The whole China?
Whole of China and probably all of USA.
Is it not only for grade 11?
No, grade 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's good. They have more people. What is? Why?
No, they're just.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Our amendment demands an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, as well as the unconditional release of all hostages, and calls for the cessation of all forms of collective punishment against the Palestinian population. This amendment emphasizes the necessity of halting collective punishment practices that disproportionately affect innocent Palestinian civilians. Such actions exacerbate humanitarian crises and hinder prospects for lasting peace. By explicitly condemning collective punishment, we advocate for the protection of human rights and adherence to international law, fostering an environment conducive to meaningful dialogue and resolution. Thank you.
I recognize a delegate from Egypt.
Point of information.
Granted.
You say in your amendment how you will demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Theoretically speaking, if Gaza and Hamas continues to bomb Israel after this, what do you plan on doing?
No, it's a ceasefire. It's not over.
That is not the action statement of this amendment. This amendment is purely for the Palestinian civilians and purely for the state of Palestine to have an everlasting peace.
Denied. Who else? Like UK, Pakistan?
No, not UK.
Pakistan?
Oh,
Pakistan is one. Okay, so Pakistan and Sweden. Oh no. I recognize the delegate from Sweden. Because it's 2 and 2, right? So, and Pakistan already got.
Point of information.
Granted.
Under the amendment, the part that says cessation of all forms of collective punishment against the Palestinian population, does this imply that Palestine would, not that Sweden is saying that they will, but if Palestine were to do a counterattack, does that mean they're immune to any repercussions, and wouldn't that limit the ceasefire intents?
A ceasefire means cease fire on both sides. No fighting.
Supplementary?
I want to grant it, but deny. Denied. What happened to Spain? I recognize the delegate from Poland. That's the last one.
Point of information.
Granted.
Seeing as there was a ceasefire on October 6, 2023 that Hamas violated, and then Hamas also went into Israel and killed innocent civilians and raped innocent civilians, don't you think that a ceasefire seems kind of not, it seems useless because Hamas violated it before. So as long as Hamas is here, don't you think they could do it again?
We believe that those attacks were actually retaliatory, similar to the way that you would rile up a dog. The Israeli Defense Force has definitely done that to the people of Palestine.
Denied.
Rape is not retaliation.
Seeing as the maximum number of points of or information have been reached on this amendment. What's up? Sure.
To address Poland's claim about rape, there is no official evidence of rape on October 7th. Survivors propped up. Okay, wait, this is cross-debating. My bad.
I want to remind delegates that there's no cross-debating at MMUN. Thank you. Seeing as the maximum points of information have been reached on this amendment, we will now be moving on to voting procedures. Will the submitter of this amendment, the alliance between all the countries, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of this resolution indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Friendly? Seeing this is a friendly amendment, this motion automatically passes. Is that the fourth one? Okay. I would like to call up the last speaker on the speakers list, Australia, to please present their amendment. After this, it's okay. Not switching on? What?
The next people are Mira and Vivian.
Huh? I guess. Did I screw up?
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
It's closing.
Oh no. From Serbia? giving
I
orders.
think it's time constraints.
Probably.
Due to time constraints, we will not be able to give orders.
Hello?
I would like the General Assembly to please maintain decorum. Please be quiet and be respectful to the people on the podium. Thank you. Bro, no one's listening.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Israel-Hamas conflict demands urgent attention. We strongly recommend that all member states support restarting peace talks between Israel and Palestine with the goal of achieving a two-state solution. This path will secure Israel's right to safety, uphold Palestine's right to self-governance, and address the pressing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the West Bank. The ongoing blockade of Gaza is exacerbating dire living conditions, and the lack of resources is causing severe hardship. A peaceful resolution will allow both Israel and Palestine to grow economically, reducing their reliance on foreign aid. Additionally, a solution is crucial to avoid further escalation, which risks regional instability and global security. Delays in peace talks only cause the violence to continue and make diplomatic efforts more difficult in the future. We have educated ourselves. We all have experience, yet we can't solve differences in dialogues with just a conversation. War brings destruction, but peace brings prosperity. As humanity, we have to move forward and help each other rather than wasting our resources on war and destruction. We must act now to break this cycle. Thank you.
I recognize a delegate from Vietnam.
Point of privilege? Point of privilege?
I have no idea where that came from. Granted.
Vietnam has received a note from a secret admirer. Vietnam has received a note from a secret admirer. I will colonize you soon. So we ask the secret admirer to step forth and apologize.
Does the secret admirer in the General Assembly please want to present themselves? It appears that they do not, so I hope you can look past this transgression.
We will remember this forever.
I have no idea what's happening. I recognize a delegate from Greece.
The mic does not work.
The humanitarian aid will definitely involve increasing expenses. How much money should member states allocate towards this goal?
Well, it depends on what the situation is right now, and we can see that both sides do deserve some sort of aid. Right now, Israel already gets a lot of funding, especially from the US, and Gaza gets aid from not as much. So,
We cooked them. Yeah, they're good. I don't know, bro. Yeah, they're are they okay?
You should make it higher.
We were talking regarding the funding of how much each country was supposed to get, or give out, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, towards the humanitarian aid.
Okay. Regarding this, I believe each country does have a budget regarding human rights and how much they invest in that. Also, depending on the GDP of each country, the amount of each country's sending funds will differ, right? Depending on if one country has a higher GDP than another country, they would be we would have a base foundation of how much percentage of the GDP we will be funding.
Thank you.
I recognize a delegate from Israel.
Point of information?
Granted.
So in your amendment, you support peace talks and treaties and Palestine's right to govern. But all these things are very dependent on the government itself in Palestine. How do you expect a terrorist organization to be able to negotiate peace treaties and govern themselves?
First, I would like you to reword the way you stated Palestine. I feel that very offensive. Also, very offensive. Also, Israel, you guys are, okay. Palestine is also a country that's governing on its own. We are Australia. We don't interfere with their independence, and I don't think you should either. So we're gonna stay out of that.
Thank you. Sure, I'm done.
Italy has gone once.
Because I have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, they're just let us go. They're not.
Everyone's already gone lost. I recognize a letter from Iran. That's the third one, right?
Point of information.
Granted.
Though Iran, as Iran, we stand in solidarity with Palestine, but I do feel like I want to ask this from you. The clause 3 does mention the conflict to be solved with stated borders. To my understanding, your amendment is amending the clause rather than adding a part which removes that section, allowing Israel to once again violate its borders and invade Palestinian land. How could you prevent that?
Can you please repeat the question?
Clause 3 states to support a ceasefire with borders that both sides recognize and are agreed upon. To my understanding, your amendment amends the clause rather than adding an extra part, which would in turn remove the section stating the solution would have recognized borders, therefore allowing Israel to once again violate Palestinian lands. My question is, how do you think this will prevent it from happening?
In past situations, there was also the Oslo Accords, where both Israel and Palestine were able to come upon an agreement. So I believe that if we're able to have some sort of communication between the two countries, something can happen.
Just say that's all. Just say that's all.
Would any other delegate like to respond?
That would be all of our response.
Oh, sorry?
That would be it for our response.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing that the maximum amounts of points of information have been reached for this amendment, we will now be moving on to voting procedures. Would the submitter of this amendment, Australia, like to indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Friendly or unfriendly?
Friendly?
Would the submitter of this resolution, Turkey, like to indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Okay. Seeing this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. We will now be moving on to voting procedures for GA resolution. 003. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. All those in favor of passing this resolution, please raise your placards. All those against? Yeah, sure. All those abstaining? 3. Seeing that there's a majority in favor, this motion passes. Highlights. Do I like what's the? Do you want to? Who's next? Who's next? Okay.
Resolution closed. Now it's point of order to open the meeting. Oh, resolution closed. Okay. So did we already ask, are there any motions on the floor? I would love to do that. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize a delegation from Egypt.
Point of order.
Granted.
To open case GA004.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I get a speaker in favor? Please raise your placard. Thank you, Malta. Can I get a speaker against? Please raise your placard. Thank you, the United Kingdom. Can you call the speaker in favor?
At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker in favor of Malta. Please approach the podium.
Oh? Yeah, resolution 4. Oh, you want to hold it?
Time and time again, the world has failed to prepare for a refugee crisis. In 2015, during the European migrant crisis, Europe failed to take the necessary precautions to accommodate the massive influx of refugees seeking asylum from multiple ongoing crises, such as the Syrian civil war, the Iraqi uprising, and the civil war in Afghanistan. We saw the deaths of many and the prolonged unnecessary suffering of migrants seeking a better future because of the lack of resources invested in the roads to Europe. We saw bodies of dead children washed up on the coasts of Italy. Pregnant women huddled together amongst others trying to keep themselves and their babies warm on the dark seas of the Mediterranean. And the refugees that made it to the shore corralled into concentration camps with deplorable conditions in which they were treated less than human. Moreover, we have recently had the crises in Gaza and Ukraine in which the world has failed yet again to take care of those who are seeking a better future. We ask all members of the General Assembly to open this resolution so that we can take care of this problem once and for all. With the looming threat of climate change facing us, we must prepare as a world together to take care of this problem before it hits us. Thank you.
Thank you, Malta. Can the speaker against United Kingdom please approach the podium?
Esteemed delegates, the United Nations serves the purpose of helping all of humanity, the civilizations of the whole globe, to advance themselves and develop. While we do believe that climate change and the unfortunate result of climate refugees are a very pressing matter, we would also like to note that the generalized nature of the operative clauses in this resolution do not make it fitting to be discussed by the General Assembly. We would appreciate if this could be delegated perhaps to the Environmental Council, or that this be left to the sovereignty of individual nations to regulate. The UK especially has faced a large influx of climate refugees, and we find ourselves highly burdened by this. Other nations who do not have such a high stake in this should not be able to vote and potentially pass rules that force us to regulate it in ways that do not actually function with our economic, financial, and social interests. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I'd like to remind the General Assembly to please maintain decorum and to show respect to the people speaking at the podium. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution number 004. I'd like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? And all those against? With the majority in favor, this motion passes. We will now open debate on GA Resolution 004. Can the submitter of the resolution, Bangladesh, please approach the podium and read the resolution verbatim? Again, can the submitter of the resolution, Bangladesh, please approach the podium and read the resolution?
Since Bangladesh is not here, could we have a volunteer to be the submitter of this resolution, 004, to approach the podium and read the resolution? Thank you, Czech Republic. Can you please approach the podium to read the resolution? Armenia, you are the seconder of this resolution. Could I have a different volunteer, please? Thank you, Nigeria. Please approach the podium.
On behalf of Bangladesh, Nigeria would like to read the 6 clauses for GA 004. We call upon the United Nations to establish an international legal framework that officially recognizes climate change refugees and grants them eligibility for refugee status under international law, ensuring the rights to safety, shelter, and aid. Demands developed nations with high carbon emissions to contribute 1% of their GDP to a global climate refugee fund managed by the United Nations aimed at supporting resettlement programs and emergency relief efforts in affected areas. Recommends the creation of a climate adaptation task force under the United Nations Environment Program to assist vulnerable countries in developing and implementing land reclamation and disaster mitigation projects, with special attention to nations such as the Maldives and Bangladesh. Supports international cooperation to develop green infrastructure and sustainable agricultural practices in arid regions such as the Horn of Africa to reduce drought-induced displacement and ensure food security. Requests member states to collaborate on establishing regional agreements to share resources, expertise, and safe resettlement zones for climate refugees, ensuring minimal cultural and societal disruption for displaced populations. Urges the prioritization of climate resilient urban planning in cities at risk of sea level rise, including implementing flood defenses, upgrading drainage systems, and promoting sustainable relocation strategies for at-risk populations. Thank you very much on behalf of Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. I'd like to remind the General Assembly to please maintain decorum on the floor and to show respect to the delegates speaking at the podium.
Another note regarding the speakers list. We are unable to make any changes, and so please do not come to the tech desk to ask we move up the speakers list. We have a system to keep track of who has been able to come up to the podium, and we will try our best to ensure that everyone will have a chance to speak.
At this time, I would like to remind delegates that the paging system and speakers list are now open. If you have a request or wish to be placed on the speakers list, please send it to the tech desk through the pages. I recognize the delegate from South Africa. Granted.
Motion to suspend this resolution until after lunch.
Denied.
We're not doing secondary or debated? Oh, yes, secondary.
I would now like to call upon the seconder of the resolution. Armenia, please approach the podium. The podium, please. The other way, the other way. The other way, please. Thank you.
Sure you want to go?
We can just put on, yeah.
All right. As Armenia, a country located near the Middle East, near Europe, but still in Asia, I believe that we have a great amount of knowledge of just how bad the climate crisis is. Frankly, it's devastating. At the end of the day, so many people have lost their homes, lost their lives even, due to the climate. And well, we have to do something. As the UN, our goal in life is to protect humanity. And frankly, what are we doing if we aren't allowing climate refugees to be allowed to seek asylum? Which is why Armenia believes very strongly, and well, frankly, we believe that all of you too should as well, that this amendment should be open, or sorry, this clause should be open. Now I'd like to hand this off to Josh over here. He's going to say some more.
Due to inaction in dealing with climate change, severe environmental changes have happened all around the world. Like in the Sahara Desert, it's becoming warmer and warmer, getting more people to drive away from there. And in poor regions where flooding is becoming more of a daily occurrence, and then they have to evacuate to some other countries. This issue is very critical, and eventually refugees will start pouring in from everywhere, and the effects on the more developed countries become devastated, and then eventually we will all wish we had to deal with this issue.
That's perfect. Now again, we ask you all to find in your hearts to please support our poor refugees. Thank you.
Thank you, Armenia. I would now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, People's Republic of China. Please approach the podium.
Honorable delegates, the glorious and powerful People's Republic of China firmly opposes this resolution on climate refugees. It is laughable that countries struggling with their own governance and development now try to impose an international legal framework and demand a fixed 1% GDP contribution from developed nations. Do you have any idea how much money that is for China? China, with its proven track record in managing environmental challenges and sustainable urban planning, finds such measures both impractical and patronizing. Our nation has mastered the art of tailored national solutions that address climate challenges without resorting to one-size-fits-all mandates. While others stumble in their efforts and look for external fixes, China's policies are effective and self-reliant, which is what makes us the glorious country that we are today. We believe that imposing external mandates is terrible for both national sovereignty and distracts from each country's unique path to progress. In conclusion, China's flawless approach to environmental management stands as a beacon for the world, in stark contrast to the misguided, inflexible, and uneducated proposals put forward in this resolution. We urge the Assembly to recognize that real progress comes from respecting national differences and allowing each country to manage its own sustainable development in private. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to call the first speaker on the speakers list. Republic of Korea, please approach the podium.
We'd like to postpone our spot by five spots.
Could you please approach the podium?
Yeah, we want to go. We don't want to go now. Point of order.
Granted.
We'd like to request to be postponed by 5 spots down the list. We're not ready to go right now.
The changes you're requesting to be made are currently not possible. We cannot move you down to the 5th position on the speakers list. Either you're going to present now, or we have to unfortunately take you off the speakers list.
Okay, give me one moment. We'd like to cancel our amendment. Sorry. Point of information. Point of order.
Granted.
We'd like to cancel our amendment, please.
I feel like that is very much in order. We will now cancel your amendment for GA Resolution 004.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Nigeria.
I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speaker.
Happy New Year.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Can I get everybody's attention up here? Thank you. We worked really hard on this, guys. Okay, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and esteemed guests. Nigeria stands before you today not as a nation, but a voice for millions of vulnerable people on the front lines of climate change. Yet, let's be clear, those who suffered have contributed the least to this crisis. While developed nations have built their economies on industries that fuel climate change, developing nations like Nigeria bear the burden of their emissions. This is why Nigeria strongly supports the action to recognize climate refugees and demands accountability for those most responsible. Nigeria calls on this assembly to stand for justice, equality, and accountability, support our amendment, and lets us assure that no nation, no community, and no human being is left behind in the face of climate change.
I recognize the delegation from Nepal.
So, point of information.
Granted.
We'd like to know why the nations of Africa are prioritized. Can you say it a little louder?
A little louder.
We'd like to know why the nations of Africa are prioritized over other nations.
Africa is warming 1.5 times faster than global average and faces severe climate threats, including desertification, flooding, and sea level rise.
Supplementary.
Denied. I recognize the delegation from Lebanon.
Point of information.
Granted.
Your amendment says particularly for African nations. I acknowledge that African nations are facing extreme climate change, but they're not the only region that is facing extreme climate change. Looking at South Asia and Central America, what are your plans to help those ones, because they need as much help as Africa?
A little louder, a little louder, a little louder. I'm so sorry.
I acknowledge that climate change is a big issue in Africa, but it is not the only place in the world that is having large-scale issues due to climate change. What are your plans to help places in Southeast Asia and, say, Central America that are just as affected by climate change?
To answer your question, everything will come in due time, but due to the critical need of Africa currently, we don't want to wait any longer due to the fact that it might be too late after a while. And with our rising temperatures in Africa, we really do need to solve this issue first before carrying on to other also prioritized but less prioritized areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to remind all delegates, those who are lining up, to please raise their placards. I recognize a delegation from Serbia.
China said before that 1%.
Could you please request a point?
Point of information, please.
Granted.
China said before that 1% is a very high amount of GDP for to demand for something like this, as other major issues only gets like 0.2%, 0.3%. Why should something like this get 1% of GDP, which is an extremely high number? Should it be? Could it be something very much lower? Because something like for Serbia, as a developed nation, 1% is an extremely high amount, and we cannot afford at all something like this.
Thank you. To answer your question, climate change is a global crisis. Wealthier nations must take responsibility for their role in creating it, meaning that the 1% is high, but this is due to the fact that we are one Earth, and we do need to fix this crisis before it's too late. The cost of inaction is much higher. Ignoring climate displacement will lead to uncontrolled migration, conflict, and economic instability, which we want to, what do you call it? Not get, what do you call it? Avoid at all possible costs.
Sublimation?
Denied.
Yep, yes.
Seeing that we have reached the limit on the number of points for this amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for this amendment. Will the submitter of the amendment, Nigeria, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will,
Do you want to do a seconder? Yeah, I second it. Since the submitters are here, I second it.
Due to the absence of the submitter, we will ask the seconder of the resolution, Armenia, to please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment.
Oh, they raised it. It's friendly.
Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. I would now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, Singapore, to please approach the podium.
Read the amendment, okay? Just read this part, the first part. Just read the first two
this amendment. Hello? Testing? Sorry. The delegation from Singapore would like to propose a new amendment. Our amendment is that instead we would like to emphasize the need for strengthened regional cooperation, supported by enhanced digital infrastructure in vulnerable nations to improve climate, early warning systems, and disaster preparedness.
No. I'll do it. I'll answer the question. They don't have a question yet. Say, I yield my time to the chair.
I yield my time to the chair.
No, we wait for them to ask us questions.
I would like to remind all delegates, those in queue, to please raise their placards in order to be recognized. I recognize a delegation from China.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to go to lunch.
Denied. I recognize a delegation from Qatar.
Point of inquiry.
Granted.
When you mention this will be supported by enhanced digital infrastructure, are you suggesting maybe the use of AI in determining climate?
Yeah, 100%. For example, enhanced the digital infrastructure can help nations predict climate impacts. Specifically speaking, AI-driven flood modeling could help nations such as the Pacific Island to plan relocations before actual disasters strike. Using AI and technologies reduces human suffering, cuts long-term costs, and empowers local governments with real-time data, and prevents disasters and relocations before they happen.
Thank you.
I recognize a delegation from Australia.
Tell them to. Okay.
So my question is,
could you please request a point?
Point of order. Wait. Oh no. Point of information.
Granted.
Thank you. You said that you would be supported by enhanced digital infrastructure. By these infrastructures, you would need funding and also a great amount of money. Where do you think you're going to get this money? And by support, strengthening, do you mean you're going for like developing or undeveloped countries? Where would you get the funding from?
No. Okay. Fine. Go.
Thank you for your question. We believe in a system, I'm sure most of you are aware of demographic transition. We believe that across the globe, depending on a country's development, which is classified by their stage in demographic transition, will require them to allocate a portion of their GDP towards the funding for this project. The more developed a nation is, the more money they would be giving, and the higher percentage of their GDP that will be provided. The less developed, as classified by demographic transition, will be paying less to ensure a fair and equal and equitable amount of money being put towards this solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because if they don't have a supplementary, it means we answered their questions.
The thing is that we don't have that many stats to back it up, so we're just going to use big words.
No one uses stats.
No, some people were using stats yesterday alone. It's fine, dude. We don't need stats. Even I can. Shut up.
They can hear you in the mic.
I recognize a delegation from the Netherlands.
Point of information.
Granted.
We would like to ask what the digital infrastructure would how would it help, since AI does affect climate?
Yeah, currently AI uses up water, and also it says that by 2026 it could eventually lead to 4% of global warming in general. So, yeah.
Hold on, you can say something. So, AI is one of the examples that we can use to increase preparedness. Other examples also include using early warning systems and disaster preparedness approach. For example, we have Bangladesh's cyclone warning system, which has already saved thousands of lives. And we know that AI still has its flaws, and AI is not the only technology. So we will use a development of past records, AI as well, and what we have already learned from previous disasters, and combine them to create a more accurate model that will represent floods and other natural disasters.
Thank you.
Seeing that we have reached the limit on the number of points for this amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for this amendment. Will the submitter of the amendment
Sorry. So it's just automatically. No, you don't have to say that. Say that. Non-privileged vote.
We will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I will say
All those against? And all of those abstaining? Seeing as there is a majority in favor, this amendment passes.
A quick note, delegate, please do not be throwing papers around in the audience. Please wait for a page to approach you to pass on your note. Thank you.
I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, Algeria, to please approach the podium. I would also like to remind the General Assembly to please maintain decorum and to please be respectful to those who are speaking.
Yeah, I think so.
Are we gonna ask about lunch live? Should we just do it?
Just do it. Buttoned or unbuttoned? Buttoned or unbuttoned? Let's bear unbuttoned.
Good. Okay. Point of order.
You can go ahead and read your amendment.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay,
granted?
Well, actually, I was wondering about when lunch is.
Our lunch is scheduled at 1 15. We are now still setting up the cafeteria. Once we have a confirmation, we will be moving into lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be making this fast then. So, the delegation of Algeria would like to recognize that Clause 5 is not specific enough to effectively assist with the problem. So we are calling for the UN Climate Council and all nations affected by climate disasters, including Algeria, as we have been very affected by such disasters, including heat waves, to discuss this issue and determine the necessary funding for ensuring the safety and well-being of climate refugees.
We propose that we should use the council for this because we believe that that is the most democratic and fair way to decide this issue. We think that voting and talking about these issues rather than making one big claim as to what we should do is the best way to go about this.
Thank you.
I would like to remind delegations in queue to please raise their placards in order to be recognized. I recognize the delegation from Denmark.
Point of information.
Granted.
How does Algeria plan to ensure the climate disaster funds are used properly and fairly, and what measures will be used to prevent corruption or misuse of the fund?
So first of all, we hope that the UN isn't corrupt, and if there are people that are corrupt within the council that would make these decisions skewed, they're going to be corrupt anyway with whatever decision we make. Hopefully the council would ensure that the least amount of corruption is possible, but if it still occurs, there's not much we can do about that. Corrupt people will be corrupt.
Thanks.
I recognize the delegation from Turkey.
Point of personal privilege.
Okay. Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes.
Would you please elaborate?
Sure. So for this resolution, we noticed that Armenia had an amendment for Clause 3, and I can read it out here. They said Armenia should be put in charge of all climate issues and commitment, as we have a great amount of experience with global warming. But additionally, they said plus Turkish delights are actually Armenian. Now, I feel like this is an attack on Turkish identity, and I would like an immediate apology.
Armenia, would you like to apologize?
No.
I'll remember this.
Turkey, we hope you can look past this transgression.
No.
I recognize the delegation from Spain.
Point of information.
Granted.
Who will you determine who is included under nations affected by climate disasters?
Personally, or the delegation of Algeria, we believe that any nation can recognize themselves as affected by a climate disaster. From our point of view as Algerians, climate disasters affect and can affect any nation in the world because climate change is a global problem. And if a nation has yet to be affected by a climate disaster, they will be in the near future. But yeah, that's a really good question. Anything else to say on this? Yeah. So yeah, basically, so it's self-identified nations, and just it shouldn't be a claim without any backing. You know, it should be a nation that has invested funds into their own climate relief measures. And when those funds haven't been enough or they want more assistance, and we can come together to a more global and inclusive agreement.
Thank you.
Seeing that we have reached the limit on the number of points for this amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for this amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a majority in favor, this amendment passes. I recognize a delegation from the United Kingdom.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to vote on this resolution and break for lunch.
Granted. Seeing. Aren't we supposed to vote first? Okay.
Delegate, please remain seated. Since we are going to vote on this resolution, we will be proceeding to lunch shortly.
Seeing that we have reached the limit on the number of amendments for this resolution, we will now move into voting procedures for GA Resolution number 004. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. Pages, please return to the pit, and security, please bar the doors. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With the majority in favor, this motion clearly passes.
Should I do lunch at 1:45? Done at 1:45 or 2? I think 1:50. Delegate, please proceed to lunch and please return back to the auditorium at 1:50. Again, that is 1:50 p.m. Please be back in the auditorium by 1:50. Thank you.
Yet, over 40% of the global population does not have sufficient clean water. 25 countries are currently undergoing a water crisis, a widespread issue that developed and ignorantly blessed countries have the luxury to turn their backs on. The whole point of the United Nations is to look into the crisis and work together to solve them on a larger scale. Approximately 600 people experience extreme water stress. Inadequate access to safe water is estimated to cost 200,000 deaths annually, and that is only accounting for India. If inadequate sanitation continues even less than a decade, there'll be an issue that can affect 2.4 billion people. This will be a medical nightmare with deadly diseases including cholera, typhoid fever, and other waterborne illnesses. For the future, keeping allyship, peace, and prosperity to the citizens of your own country, we, India, urge that all priorities are to focus on aiding the countries in dire need to put aside disputes on the death penalty and climate importance. Thank you.
What happened?
I have to fix something. Fine, I just need an extension.
Hello, it's the delegate. I would just like to say that this resolution is a good resolution that's worth debating over
not an issue. It's okay.
Let me know if you need help.
We have 5 urges to announce. First urge is all nations increase their funding of water management and access to safe sanitation to at least 2% of their gross domestic product by 2025. Number 2, urges developed countries to provide 0.3% of their GDP towards assisting third world countries in reaching the 2% goal, as well as the availability of resources that make implementing sustainable solutions to reduce regional tensions and promote peace and stability and more inclusion. Number 3, strongly recommends the short-term creation of a centralized tax to force facilitate dialogue and cooperation between Nile Basin countries, promoting peaceful negotiations and shared solutions to the water disputes. Number 4, call for greater investment in wastewater treatment, infrastructure, and technologies that enable the safe reuse of water. Number 5, stresses the urgent need for global cooperation on water management to prevent further environmental degradation, promote sustainable development, and ensure the well-being of future generations. Thank you. Lebanon stands in strong support of this resolution, as we acknowledge the gravity of the global water crisis and the need for immediate action. With 2.2 billion people lacking access to safe drinking water and 3.5 billion without proper sanitation, the absolute urgency of this issue cannot be exaggerated. We are firsthand experiencing the shortage of this basic necessity, and disputes over water do not benefit anyone. All nations are urged
should collectively fund and support initiatives approaching wastewater, flowing back into drinking water.
I've got water right here. Honorable delegates, the glorious and powerful People's Republic of China laughably opposes this resolution. We believe that water management is an issue that must be addressed through nationally tailored strategies rather than forcing mandates to all member states. Imposing a fixed GDP allocation overlooks the unique developmental challenges and economic reality of individual countries, potentially disrupting domestic priorities. Do you have any idea how much a single percentage of GDP is to a country like China or the United States? That is a fraction of the money. Moreover, the call for a centralized task force in the Nile Basin risks undermining established regional peace and sovereignty. Water disputes, particularly in complex river basins, are best resolved through negotiations that respect the freedom and autonomy of all nations involved. While China practices, frankly, perfect sustainable practices involving water infrastructure, we urge the Assembly to consider more flexible approaches to this problem that other, less powerful countries may struggle with. Cooperation must be built on mutual respect and the recognition that each country's path to sustainable water management is different. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We once again remind delegates to please maintain decorum on the floor. We will now move to the first speaker on the treatment board, Wexler, to please approach the podium.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegation of Mexico calls us tremendous amendment. We call for immediate investment in wastewater treatment, infrastructure, and sustainable technologies to ensure long-term sustainability, prioritizing water-source regions and developing nations through international cooperation.
We choose to amend this clause as we realize the importance of prioritizing water-scarce regions in developing countries as they are most vulnerable to this global issue. We ask developed countries to come together to call immediate action towards this vulnerable area. Thank you, Mexico. I would like to recognize
Point of information. How will the effectiveness of the investments be monitored to ensure that the funds are utilized efficiently and that the infrastructure meets the intended environmental and social outcomes?
I assume by the government is the government that is watching over that.
Sorry, could you repeat?
I assume that the government is watching over those water scarce regions and making sure that they get the best help they can.
Thank you.
Point
information? Would there be a UN moderated key to identify countries currently experiencing water crisis, or would it be left to the nation's government to ask for assistance to prevent corruption?
Yes, you would have a moderated team to
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wastewater treatment, will this be monitored by the UN as a whole or by individual nations? Hopefully by the UN. Thank you.
Please.
Points of information. So if you're saying 0.2% of developed nations GDP, I'm not quite sure you understand how much money that is, because GDP is 0.2% of the unyielding power of the People's Republic of China's glorious GDP. It's $36 billion. So that is an unfathomable amount of money. Do you have any rebuttal as to how you would accommodate more wealthier countries as you not overspend?
I'd also like to add that we do not believe this issue can be overspent on. We're going to increase from the original 0.3%. So this is like a 0.1% increase. So I think it's more than enough and definitely
Supplementary?
Point of clarification. The delegation of Norway proposed that 0% of GDP is sent directly to developing nations, or that the GDP percentage is sent to such development funds as the Green Climate Fund and the Global.
Point of information. So you mentioned that you would utilize UN environmental and development funds such as the Green Climate Fund. But the Green Climate Fund was created to help prevent climate change. And so if you subvert funds from funds which is aiming to help climate change, how will that impact climate change? Alright, so basically, the Green Climate Fund is dedicated to helping climate change. And if you divert it to the global water crisis, what will then become of our efforts to stop climate change?
Furthermore, the money that will be donated to this organization will be specifically for a global water crisis. Therefore, we will not be taking away any funds that the Green Climate Fund has towards climate change, but rather giving the funds to a global water crisis.
Since we are agreed to the maximum number of points of information on this amendment, it will not be moved forward procedures. Will this amendment or would please state if it is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of this resolution, Engel, please join me in clarifying if it is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Since it is a friendly amendment, this automatically passes.
Great effects of the global water crisis throughout the world. So we made these really simple. We made 3 changes to a somewhat interestingly worded amendment that we hope you can read through and easily pass for us. So we made 3 crucial changes to this clause. Our first change is to lower the GDP contributed by countries. Our second change is to only address developing nations, and our third change is to create a reasonable timeline for the project.
First, let's talk about focusing only on developing nations. So, as China came up and said before, there's not really a point in contributing money to a nation that already has like relatively good clean water access. So, for example, 97.3% of Americans already have access to clean drinking water. there's no reason for us to contribute 2% of our GDP, which is a lot, to helping ourselves when we're not really in need of helping. So developed countries like the US see no need to devote more of their resources towards clean drinking water for themselves.
Okay, as I was saying, if I can have you turn, our next sheet is reducing GDP contributed. So Clause 2 already urges developed countries to provide a percentage of their GDP.
I ask delegates to please continue the work on the floor or the thinking system will implode.
As I was saying, Clause 2 already urges countries to contribute a percentage of their GDP, which means it doesn't make sense to contribute an initial percentage on top of that. There's no need to contribute more money. This is the equivalent of healing the healthy rather than healing the sick. Finally, our last note is to create a reasonable timeline for this project. So when you create a government initiative, it usually takes more than 10 months. To be completed by 2025 is totally unreasonable. By making these three changes, we're hoping this resolution will pass much easier and it will be more effective in the future.
I ask the delegates to please conclude their remarks.
So our final amended clause is that we urge developing nations only to increase their funding of water management and access to safe sanitation to at least 0.5% of their GDP by 2029.
So I'm not sure. We can probably technically. Where did we get that? Oh, this might be the. No, I don't know. It might be from the mix.
I just have a quick question here. I'm sorry. Point of information. I just have a quick question. Will developing nations be expected to get support from developed countries, or will they have to fundraise all the money on their own? That's part of the second clause. And also, as the United States, 0.2% of our GDP, I'm sure you know, is way beyond something necessary for this project. But the 600 billion, you guys, I'm sorry, supplementary. Supplementary? Okay.
I recognize the delegates from Norway.
You mentioned there is other considerations. Point of information. You mentioned a very high percentage of the population having access to clean water, but what about the percentage that doesn't? Are you disregarding them as people and just putting them as statistics? They don't have access to clean water, and if you don't put any of your GDP into protecting your own clean water, then you're disregarding some of your peoples.
So statistically, we're talking about California for clean water. Statistically, California does not represent a large enough population of the U.S. to attribute for clean drinking water.
Also, the clause says to increase their funding. We already would theoretically have funding, some of it, it's not this excessive amount of funding. So we're not neglecting the less than 3% that have.
Considering the water crisis is a multifaceted issue that is caused by conflict and various environmental factors, often also attributed to developed nations such as the United States and China, how do you expect us to place the onus on developing nations who already struggle to create basic needs in resistance into something that is such a high demand activity?
We're, as part of clause 2, the United States is still assisting developing nations. But we also have our foreign internal affairs and are responsible without other nations in the global water crisis.
Supplementary. Denied. Seeing as you've reached the maximum number of points of protection on this agenda, I will now introduce voting procedures. Supplementary
unfriendly.
I would like to remind delegates that this is a non-friendly motion, therefore there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining?
Could the chair please stick to the previous point of order passed on the three amendments as the ceremony was completed?
We will be moving to awards in 5 minutes, so we will keep on minutes for the next one. I would like to call on the next speaker on the speaker list, Iceland.
As this is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. I would like to remind delegates to please maintain decorum on the floor. All those in favor? All those against? Delegates, please sit down. All those against, please raise your placards. All those abstaining? With a majority in favor, this motion passes. We will now be moving to voting procedures on GA Resolution 007. I would like to remind delegates that this is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With the majority in favor, this motion clearly passes. We will now be moving on to closing ceremonies. I request that delegates please move back to their seats and pages return to the pits. Thank you.
Delegates, please quiet down in order for us to begin our closing ceremony.
Can you do this part first? Yeah, just jump into this one. Yep.
We have now come to the end of MMUN 2025. However, before we conclude the conference, we would like to take some time to recognize those delegates, and other individuals who have demonstrated outstanding ability throughout the conference. Please come to the stage to receive your award and for a quick photo if your name has been called. Without further ado, let's move straight into the award ceremony.
We're going to begin our award ceremony by giving a thanks to a person who played an important role in helping us putting this whole conference together. The staff member, he is a very hardworking person. He worked tirelessly to ensure that everything runs as smoothly as possible up to the day of this conference, whether it has to be with coordinating staff, offering insight, or giving us advice to plan the conference. From our whole executive community, we would like to give a special thank you to Mr. Donatelli, our phenomenal staff advisor. Without him, this conference would not be taking place today. We have prepared a small token of gift for our appreciation. Can Mr. Donatelli please come up to the stage to accept this gift? He's here. Why first here, and then we skip it out. Just give him a bit. Oh, he's here. We'll have Brianna presenting our gift. Where's it? Can you get a photo? You guys turn this way for a photo really quick? Daniel's over here. Can you?
That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you. Okay. That is amazing.
It's
That's
taller
amazing.
than
Love
you.
it. Love it. Okay.
You're evil. You're evil over here.
Thanks for that little bit extra height. I like that. Thank you.
We also made a. Oh, thank you,
Aw,
Doran.
thank you.
Yeah, that's the real gift. That's the real gift. That's like the warmth of our hearts.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're like.
Sorry? Sorry?
Ms. Thompson's really excited for it to live in Toronto.
To live in my office? Oh, yeah, it definitely will. It definitely will. Yeah, I love it. I love it. That's amazing. That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Can you get the? Let's go. Let's start. Oops. No. You can bring you 2.0. Can you get the one for best dress? I'm gonna call for. All right, we are going to get started with our first award. The award for the best dressed delegation goes to Sri Lanka. I think it's. Can you please come up to the stage to accept your award, please? Oh, I found that one. That should be a best dress. Okay. Oh my God. This is so cool. Oh, but all right, great. Guys, for the photo, can you like look this way? I'll move out of the way if you want. Our next is best roll call.
One more? Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Can you call for best roll call?
Yeah.
Oh, best roll call.
I told you guys are gonna win.
Yeah, call for best roll call.
For the next award, we have the best roll call. And for that, Serbia has won. Can you please come up to the stage?
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Oh, actually, metal. Metals are
Okay.
Metals are made of metal.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Go, let's go.
One more?
Can you look for security? I can't find security. I didn't see security either. Oh, here, found it. Can you hold this? Our next award will go to the best two delegates from the Security Council. I would like to call up Joshua J. and Tathia A. I'll just take his. Tathia is currently writing the CCC. We will be giving him his award later on during the day. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. I'm so honored. Do I go down now?
Yes, you're good. Thank you. I'll give out the two next one. It's an Eagle sock. Who's the second person? Who's the second person? Maria. Okay. And our next award goes to the best delegates in the EcoSoc Council, which will go to Rababb, P. And I'm sorry if I butcher your name, but here's my best attempt. Maria B.
We can have those here. Yeah, both are here. Cool.
I think so.
Yes. I'm so sorry. I can't say it right. I have one. Yep. Our next award would be for the best delegates in the Environmental Council. Also, I apologize for name butchering. I would like to call up Jasmine's S and Yuk P from Brazil and Singapore. I'm so sorry for the name butchering again. Congrats. Oh yeah. Oh wait, no, this is not. Apparently it's no, but there's there's no. We'll just give it to her. Is that okay? We give it to them after. Executive, senior, junior. Tell her that we'll give it to her after. For our next award, Best Delegate in the Health Council, I would like to call up Mira S. and Vivian from Sweden. From Sweden. Divya from we're sure that you guys are able to stay a bit afterwards because we need to find you guys a lanyard for this.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Which one do you guys? Okay. Congrats. All right. Can you do photo with? I'll just call this. Okay. Our next award will be going to the best junior delegates in the General Assembly, which is for a grade 9 or 10 student. This award will go to Zoe S. I'm so shocked. Congrats, Zoe! Then we go. This. Our next award will be going to the best senior delegate in the General Assembly, which is for a grade 11 or 12 student. And this award will go to Julia B. Best. Congratulations! You brought your baguette. We gotta go for best delegation. No. I have 2 junior delegates. That's okay. find one for best delegate? Yeah. Our next award will be going to the best delegation in the General Assembly. This award goes to India. Sure. Oops, sorry, I can't see my badges. Can you get best page, best security, and best tech?
Best page.
Our next award will be going to the best small delegation, which has an old name of Best Small Banana Republic Delegation, which is for a delegation of less than 2 members. This award goes to the Philippines. Oh. Engel. Congrats.
Thanks. Sorry for picking on both of you guys.
No, it's okay. Good job.
Hey, hold up, test.
Now, moving on to our staff team. Without them, this conference would not be running as smoothly as it is for the past 2 days. We will be starting with the first award to the best page member. I would like to congratulate Jonathan K. No! That's not how you enter my stage, Jonathan. That's not how you do it. Oh no. Oh, oops. Next, for the Best Security Member Award, I would like to congratulate Alex O. Sure. Did I say your name wrong? Awesome. Congrats. And then, please, sing right there. And next, our Best Tech Member Award would go to Chris K. Get up. Did not touch your last one.
Oh, Chris, you made me so happy.
And now, we would like to first thank our executive team who has been working also tirelessly to run this conference and plan for this conference. All throughout my 4 year of being in MMUN, I would have to say this is the best conference we've ever had. Please give them a round of applause. We do have outstanding executive members that we would like to give this honorable awards to. Our first Best Executive Member Award would be going to Aiden M. Big fan. You want to close, or do we have to? I can close it. I'll close it. Can you just go to Aiden?
Sorry, I couldn't find your name.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Congrats, Aiden. Our next selection for the Best Executive Award, it was a really hard choice because we only have one award and everyone was so amazing at like planning and running everything. But we, as Secretary-General, have to agree to give this to Ethan and Edwin for being so amazing at tech. Now we have gotten our awards. With the awards complete, MMUN 2025 has officially come to an end. We would like to thank you all, delegates, staff advisor, and parents, if there are some here, to be a part and participated in such an amazing conference this year. We hope you will be able to draw some experience from this conference and use this as a ground base to be able to expand more and be more involved with the global diplomacy world. Once again, thank you for joining us at MMUN 2025. We hope you have a great day. Please clean up after yourself before you leave. Thank you.